Good afternoon and welcome to our Board of Education meeting for August 4th, 2020. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We have obviously returned to our Zoom meeting format for the present due to the current state of the pandemic in our area. We are also starting a bit earlier today because we want to allow for the increase in public comments lately. So our open session will begin an hour earlier at 4:30 p.m. today, so please tune in. And now I would like to establish a quorum for the board, and I'm going to call a roll call. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt?
Sorry, Mrs. Alavi. Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Thank you. Mr. Lee?
I'm here. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. Mrs. Lock-Dawson?
Here.
Thank you. Dr. Farouk?
Here.
Thank you. So we have a quorum. And now I would like to ask that if you'd like to view this meeting in our Spanish live stream, please follow the link provided on the agenda, which can be found at our website, www.riversideunified.org. This meeting will be held online and there will be no physical meeting location open to the public. The board encourages members of the public to join the meeting electronically, and you can find information on the board meeting agenda regarding how to submit your public comments. I would now like to introduce Assistant Superintendent Sergio San Martin to provide this message in Spanish.
Thank you, President Alavi. Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la reunión de la Junta de Educación del 4 de agosto del 2020. Si gustan ver esta reunión en español, sigan el enlace incluido dentro del orden del día, el cual puede encontrar en nuestro sitio de línea en www.riversideunified.org. Esta reunión se llevará a cabo solo en transmisión en línea y no habrá un lugar físico de reunión abierto al público. Les recomendamos a los miembros del público que se unan a la reunión electrónicamente. Para presentar sus comentarios públicos, siga el enlace en la parte de abajo de la pantalla. Se aceptarán los comentarios públicos durante la junta. Muchas gracias. Back to you, President Alavi.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask if there have been any requests submitted for public comment on closed session items.
Not this evening, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. At this point, we will adjourn to closed session. We will return at 4:30 for our open session. Thank you very much. Steve, I'll have to tell you.
Tonight I will be playing Edna Turnblad in the musical Hairspray for the RUSD Honors Musical.
When I heard about Hairspray auditions, I found out when it was right away. My teacher made an announcement that Hairspray had auditioned and I really wanted to be a part of it. It's a really good musical and it talks about change and a different era coming up, and I really think that's cool for younger people and older people to watch.
The Honors Musical pulls students from all across our district, from all of our high schools. They're coming here to perform live at the Fox in this very amazing, professional, historic venue.
I play Tracy in Hairspray.
I play Seaweed J. Stubbs. He's like a cool cat.
I'm playing a Mission Streets kid, and her name is Lorraine.
I play the flute.
I'm doing sound.
I'm the percussionist.
I am Shelly, the nicest kid in town.
I am a sound technician.
What I do is costumes. I do costumes.
I play keyboard in the pit.
I'm House Right Spot.
We have students on all aspects of production. They are on stage, they are backstage working with Live Nation stage crew, they are down in the pit working with professional musicians.
Playing alongside these professionals and having the chance to talk to them and get a little bit of input from them has been really beneficial in regards to showing them what a career would look like.
I have experience doing tech, but this is just way different because this is like an actual theater. It's not a school theater. I'm actually pursuing directing instead of acting as a career. And this production has really showed me like the more intricate parts of putting on a stage show.
It's an amazing opportunity to work with all the schools and all the kids and to have master workshops with people that already starred on Broadway that could help us with dancing and singing and acting, and it's a great way to open the door.
I'm Michelle Grosness, and I'm the director of Hairspray. The students that we find in the Honors Musical come from all of the high schools around the Riverside Unified School District. Students will meet with us 2 to 3 times a week for about 4 months, and here we are, and we're ready to go.
It's a really music-heavy show, so I've taught all of the vocal music to the cast, all of the leads, all of the ensemble. We're excited to have students from every high school this year.
It's very important that we host these district-wide opportunities for kids. One of the things that we don't do enough of is involve kids from many different genres of art across the district cooperating together and having fun. And this is one way we can do that.
It was awesome to have that experience with the kids from all the different schools. Getting together, it's really amazing. It's like a family. To me, it is.
Working with different people from other schools is like really cool. Like it creates basically like a family.
You get to meet these new students that have more experience than you, less experience. You get to help them out and they help you out. It's the best.
We're hearing that some of the students in past years are now going to each other's shows at their other schools. They're keeping in touch. So this really intensive experience is something that perhaps is launching a lifetime of a network for these students.
This is my first time doing this. I've been a tech at my school for a few years, and I figured I might need a change, and I might want to try something in a facility that's more different than the one I'm more used to.
It's so fun. It's like a new experience because this theater is completely different from like high school theaters.
It's great. We have room to move, for one. It's just much more professional and it feels more like real.
It's the Fox Theater. I mean, there's more of everything.
We have to work with the cast, all the tech, all the sound, and the music is totally different.
The music pit for the Hairspray Orchestra consists of a mixture of professionals that we brought in from the surrounding communities, as well as a mix of high school students. We wound up with an exciting group of 16 students this year on saxophones, on trumpets, on percussion, drum set, everything in between, keyboards, and it's a fun, exciting mix of students overall.
It's been an honor to play with professionals, and they've taught me a lot.
I've never played with professionals. This is my first year doing this, and I tend to do it all next year and the year after that.
This is our third time ever producing this event.
I started 3 years ago with Such Sweet Sorrow, and last year is the chorus line, and here I am for the third time around.
This is my second year, and I hope to do it for 2 more years.
This is my second year doing the honors musical. First year I was an actor, second I'm tech. This is my first time doing the honors musical. This is my second time doing the honors musical.
This is my third and final RUSD Honors Musical. I've been here since the beginning, and this is my last one, and I'm really excited to be a part of it.
This is all to put together a show for what we're anticipating to be over 3,000 people. We have 1,500 middle and high school students coming to see the production for the matinee, and then in the evening we'll have a community show for another sold-out house. We're working very closely with Live Nation, which is a nationwide theater management company that really helps to foster our students in the technical components. We're partnering with the Riverside Fox Foundation, who has helped to support some of our programs. We're working with colleges and universities who are coming to see some of our best students in action and talk to them about future opportunities as they move forward and pursue the arts as a career or even in college.
The practice you'll get is what's going to make you good.
I would recommend doing this show, both as an actor and as a tech. You get to meet new people, new directors and stuff like that. And students as well. Please come audition. It's one of the funnest things I've done for theater, especially. You should really go through with it because it's amazing getting an opportunity to do it at this theater.
The minute the curtain opens, you hear the people clapping, you just automatically get this chill, you get teary-eyed. It's a great experience, it's a great feeling.
It is totally worth it.
I will definitely want to do it again.
It's really fun.
RUSD families, Nutrition Services invites you to apply for the 2020-2021 meal program. All families are encouraged to apply beginning July 1st, 2020. If your student qualified for the meal program last school year, your household will need to reapply. If you did not qualify last school year and circumstances have changed, we encourage you to apply before the new school year resumes. If you qualify for the meal program, you may also qualify for programs such as utility assistance, SAT fee waivers, and college application fee waivers. For more information, visit riversideunified.org and don't forget to reapply or apply beginning July 1st, 2020.
Welcome to University Heights Middle School. I'm Katie Grimbaugh, I'm the principal here at Uni. Today I'm going to share 5 things I love about our school. First is the variety of clubs and activities that we have. While we have traditional sports like soccer, volleyball, basketball, we also have a variety of things that are unique to us. Things like Sisters STEM Interest Program, Club 3.0, Girl Talk, Mariachi, Ballet Folklorico, Robotics, Makerspace, 3D printing, woodshop, and coding as well. The next thing I love about our school is that we're a personalized learning school. What that means is that each student has a learner profile where they identify their strengths and the ways that they learn best as a student. The teachers then use this to help them develop personalized learning plans, which are used to tailor instruction and activities to the needs of each student as an individual. Next step is our family resource room. We have a dedicated space for parent trainings, activities, to come in and utilize computers, printers, or just assistance for parents needing to apply for programs or access community resources. One of the things unique to our family resource room is that we have a food pantry and community closet available for families in need as well. Another thing I love about Uni is our AVID school-wide program. We have a school-wide focus on college and career readiness, including high academic expectations in all core classes. Students are reading and writing no matter the subject area. And finally, we have a comprehensive social-emotional learning program, including restorative practices along with social skills instruction in all classes to make sure that our students are successful not only academically, but also socially. School culture is really important to me. So if the teachers are happy, the students are happy. If the students are happy, they have positive relationships with people on campus, then they're more likely to learn and put forth the effort that we need for them to be successful academically. At University Heights, we believe that all decisions should put students first. We prioritize culture and community in all of our decision making. What that means to us is that anytime we are making decisions, deciding between 2 options, prioritizing programs, spending money, those are the things that we use to decide what we're going to do. So as a staff, we come together and say which one of these furthers our core values, and that's how we decide what we're going to do next. The goal of our school is to provide each student with challenging and rigorous curriculum appropriate to their academic level. We believe every child can achieve academic success. With parents and teachers working together toward the same goal, every child will succeed. Through teamwork, open communication, and a dedication to continuous improvement, we can make this school a place where students delight and enjoy learning.
We're here with Nutrition Services, where we are proud to announce that we've served 1 million meals since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. As we continue to feed our students during the summer, we want to reassure you that our students' safety and quality of food is our priority. The Summer Feeds program began June 1st, 2020 and will run through July 31st, 2020. Grab-and-go meals are available at all 15 of our grab-and-go locations. As we begin to move forward, Nutrition Services is honored to receive the Share Your Strengths grant from the No Kid Hungry campaign. This will allow for different forms of transportation to our food and our families during the pandemic. We've also partnered with the USDA's Farmers to Family Food Box program to provide family-sized boxes of fresh produce to local food banks, community organizations, other nonprofits, and our USD families. together and would like to remind families that you can apply or reapply for next school year's meal program beginning July 1st, 2020. For more information, please visit riversideunified.org.
My name is Matt Cash, and I have the privilege of serving our community as the principal at Fremont Elementary School. Here are 5 things that I absolutely love about Fremont. The first thing I love is our dual language immersion program, or DLI for short. All of Fremont's DLI teachers have a bilingual credential. In our DLI classrooms, students are taught in both English and in Spanish. And by the end of their 6th grade year, our students have the opportunity to grow into students that are biliterate, bilingual, and bicultural. Next, Fremont is a no excuses university school, or NEU for short. That means that we adhere to the belief that every single child deserves the opportunity to be educated in a way that prepares them for college and career. Fremont is also an AVID elementary school. That means that our teachers and staff are trained in the most up-to-date techniques to keep our students engaged in content and in the classroom. NEU and AVID go hand in hand. NEU provides us the systems we need to prepare our kids for college and career, and AVID provides us the strategies, real-time, on the ground, that we use inside the classroom to accomplish that. If you ever have the opportunity to walk around Fremont Elementary School, you will see a college presence here on campus. We have banners, pennants, and flags from a variety of colleges around the country hanging in our hallways and in our library. That means that from day one of a student attending our school, we instill the belief that if they want to, they can go to college and pursue the career that they were made for. Fremont Elementary has an amazing show choir. Our show choir is so dynamic that they've been invited to perform at places like the Festival of Lights, at City Hall for the mayor and city council, and even here in our community for local holiday shows. If you ever have a chance to catch one of their shows, you should. Here at Fremont, we are all about partnerships. That includes partnerships with local universities like UCR, the University of California, Riverside. They have a program for volunteers called AmeriCorps, where they come onto campus and college students tutor our elementary students in math, language arts, and other subject areas. Each of these college students work with individuals each day to ensure that our students not only know that they can do their best, but they're also given a mentor that they can aspire to be. Lastly, we pride ourselves on meaningful interventions. That means that data management is a high priority. We know who our kids are, we know their strengths and their challenges, and we design instruction that meets those needs and takes them from where they are to where they need to be in order to be successful. One of our core values is student engagement. We create opportunities for our students to meet their current needs and challenge them to become their best. Fremont Elementary School is unique. Opened in 1917, Fremont is one of the most storied elementary schools here in our city. Our school has been in the La Placida community for more than 100 years. That means we serve generation after generation of learners who have come through our doors. Fremont provides art classes, community service projects, band, show choir, social and emotional services, parent training, community activities, after-school enrichment, and so much more. We're excited for the programs we bring to the La Placida community, and we're happy to serve our families. So with that, we say, welcome to Fremont.
Unified partners with over 20 local farmers. They deliver fresh produce to our central kitchen, and we deliver it to all of our sites daily.
Here at the Central Kitchen, we get a nice variety of produce that we get in. We have multiple farmers that we use within Riverside. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. So we also get lettuce, grapes, fresh strawberries from farmers that are local, melons, peaches, nectarines.
I work for our RUSD as the Food Hub Coordinator. I work with local farmers and helping them decide what to grow for the district and what varieties of produce and when we need it.
We introduced the Farm to School program in 2005 to try to teach our students lifelong healthy eating habits.
It is easy and quick to apply online by visiting riversideunified.org and apply online through the meal program application.
I'm not till before we go to bed. Welcome to the open session of our August 4th, 2020 school board meeting. Tonight, we have resumed our Zoom board meetings due to the current state of the pandemic in our area. You may also notice that we are starting our open session earlier than usual at 4:30, and that is because we want to allow time for the increases in public comments. A word of clarification to everyone listening about public comments. We welcome them and encourage the public to have a voice and share opinions with the Board of Education. However, board meetings are not community forums per se, which are structured to allow all who attend to speak, like a town hall, for instance. Ours are a meeting of the board to do the business of the district, which is held in public. We are holding a meeting in front of you, not behind closed doors. Because these are not public forums or town hall meetings, we have an agenda, and in order to move that agenda along, we have set policies in place that limit both the time per person and overall length of time for the public to speak. Some members of the public have been confused when we haven't had time to read each comment or when we curtail comments after a period of time. I assure you that this in no way is meant to stifle input, but rather to facilitate the flow of the meeting so work can be accomplished. Our board policy states that there should be no more than 20 minutes of public input per topic. In most cases, the board has seen fit to extend the 20 minutes per topic guideline. That is their purview. But in the cases when we receive hundreds of comments on one topic, such as the start of school, we must limit commentary to a reasonable amount of time. That time is also set by the board. Also, if we want to hear more commentary, we may adjust the time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes or less to allow as many people to have a voice as possible. We read the comments in order that we receive them. And that means that if you are comment number 100 or comment 200, you might not have your comment read out loud. In these cases, we have asked to have those comments printed so that we can refer to them afterwards. We know that everyone has unique concerns and questions. And we know that there are lots of anxious parents, teachers, and staff listening who want to ask their question. If that question is specific, such as how to access certain information about the virtual learning or in-school model or about a specific student, the best way to communicate is through email. On our webpage, www.riversideunified.org, you can find the emails of all the board members and staff. And while there are other ways to reach us, again, I stress that all members of the public are welcome at our meetings because we want you to hear our deliberations, our discussions, and the rationale for our decisions. In addition, I want to clarify that the comments made by one trustee at any given time do not reflect the opinion of the Board of Education, the staff, or the organization. Unless comments are specifically discussed and a consensus is reached, no one individual speaks for the entire board. The simple fact is that in a democracy, we provide everyone with the right to attend a government meeting that is held in public. And we give the right to everyone to express their point of view within established policies and guidelines.
including members of the Board of Education. Some comments expressed at the last meeting caused concern and condemnation that have reverberated throughout our organization and the community. I will address these concerns specifically. First, board members do not report to one another, nor do we report to the superintendent or anyone on staff. We report to the voters. We report to you. Secondly, and again, one trustee does not speak for the entire board and thus does not speak for the district. Only the majority speaks for the board, and only the majority sets direction through formal votes. And finally, free speech should be tempered with respect for all people. And from my perspective alone, I am sorry if any words were spoken that people interpreted as racist, aggressive, or disrespectful. Nothing could be farther from my or our intent, which is to govern the school district in a way that promotes professionalism and thoughtfulness. Now, going forward and during this stressful time when everyone is on edge, we pledge our continued commitment to the students of Riverside and to their growth and success, which is our very first priority. And thank you very much for listening to those comments. At this time, I would like to report on closed session that no action was taken. And we will now conduct the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would ask that Mr. Hunt please direct us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. And before I do, I would dedicate tonight's, as I clear with you, Pledge of Allegiance to 3 young men, all from Southern California, that perished this weekend in the tragedy of the amphibious vehicle going down out of Camp Pendleton towards Catalina. These young men from Montebello are Lance Corporal Marco Barranco, Private First Class Brian Batiera. He was from Corona, he was 19. And here from Riverside, Corporal Cesar Villanueva, a La Sierra High School grad, a young man that had just gotten married. These young men and millions more like them ensure that we have the freedoms of having a school board meeting, of having school, of having the freedoms that are in the Bill of Rights, because they stand in the gap. And tonight, as you say the pledge, please remember these very brave young men, all Southern California of Latino heritage, who will be remembered fondly and with pride. If you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, ma'am.
And now I would like to ask that we might consider moving items H, 1, 2, and 3 before public input. These are our reports from our district groups. Do I have a motion for that move on the agenda?
I'll motion to approve, President Allaby.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk, and Mr. Hunt, I see, makes a second. So please vote, and I will do roll call. Mr. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mrs. Locke-Dawson?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So we will move those items up before public comment. Also, with regard to public input tonight, we have over 60 people who are now in the queue for public comment. And I would like to ask if there's a motion to possibly limit the comments to 2 minutes per person so that we might hear more people. Do I have such a motion? Hearing none, we will let them do 3 minutes. Okay, now we will move towards the district superintendent's comments.
Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. It took me a little while to unmute. I apologize. And good evening to all the public that are joining in with us in our board meeting this evening. I just want to talk a few things that have been on my mind to the board and to the public. Certainly the COVID-19 pandemic has been something else. In many ways, it's been horrendous. It's been an incredibly heavy lift for us as a school district as we talk things such as safety concerns, providing meals to our students, of course, the appropriate devices, program choices, communications, et cetera. The list is long. At the same time, we find ourselves in the middle of an economic uncertainty and a polarized nation and even community. And yet, I want you to know that I have seen time and time again people being more considerate, more humane, more understanding, patient, and showing more empathy than I've seen in a long time. Quick to praise others, many are, and quick to roll up their sleeves and help out, wanting to serve in any way that they can. I see and participate in discussions and decisions that are centered on students, where their needs are being kept at the forefront. I also see different organizations coming together and collaborating towards a common goal, which is what is in the best interest of our students and our families. And for this, I am most grateful and stand in awe towards so many whose presence and voices are calming during this time of crisis. What we say and how we say it in private and in public matters more now than ever before. And so thank you, thank you, thank you for those calming influences and people in our community and in RUSD. Tonight, board members and community members, you're going to hear another update on our plans for starting school this coming Monday, August the 10th. And I'm very pleased with the hard work of our staff and filled with thankfulness towards each member of the RUSD team. Of course, we don't have everything quite finished yet and completed yet. We're very, very close. And I want to remind us, however, that it always takes 3 to 4 weeks to get a new school year up and fully running, and for every student and family to get settled into the new school year routines. Well, this year will not be any different. Some students will need their schedules and perhaps teachers changed. Books and other materials will need to be distributed. Lunch numbers will be relearned. Login information on student devices updated and learned in some cases for the first time. And some students still need to register and get enrolled in our schools. As you can imagine, the list is long, yet we do appreciate your patience, especially during this difficult pandemic. And as a school district, we will do what we always do. We'll get it done. And it will all work out and things will settle down in the very near future. It always does. On to another topic. I want the board and public to be aware of 2 important upcoming board meetings or study sessions, as we call them. First, later this month, we will have a study session on what we call the design criteria for new construction surrounding our 3 neighborhood schools, Casablanca, Eastside, out in the High Grove area, as well as new construction and buildings at some of our existing schools. That study session will happen this month. Second, next month, we will hold a study session on 3 closely connected topics. Our equity plan, where you will receive an update on the progress of that plan. Second, ethnic studies. You'll learn about the processes for enhancing our current plan and timeline for rolling out these enhancements. And last, you'll also study, board members, and consider formal adopting an RUSD resolution on racism, or rather anti-racism. So those 2 study sessions I want to put on your radar, and staff looks forward to joining the school board in those this month and next month. At this time, I'd like to invite our Chief Academic Officer, Renee Hill, to give a few comments.
Thank you, Dr. Hansen. I'd like to let the board and community know that our director, Adela Flores Bertrand, will be serving as a Spanish-speaking spokesperson for RUSD on Telemundo's morning show on August 7th, between 5 and 7 a.m. This will give the district an opportunity to reach out to our Spanish-speaking public and larger community and insert key messages for the beginning of the year. Telemundo's communication with us has indicated that the topics will be the district's reopening plan, the schedules for students, how we find out about parent concerns and desires, how we communicate with parents, and the status of our devices and support for internet connectivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill, and President Alvey, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to board comments, and then we'll move to those items H1, 2, and 3. I'm getting a little bit of an echo. We'll start tonight with Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt, do you have any comments for us?
Yes, ma'am. Let me just, okay, you can hear me, I think. Thank you, Mrs. Alvey, President Alvey. Yes, and I appreciate your comments prior, reminding that any comments a board member makes are his own comments, as long as they are by the bylaws and allowed, which they are. I know that mine caused concerns as well as accommodation from across the district. And I look forward tonight to, in this unprecedented time, to getting to many of the questions that are still out there with parents and our faculty and of course, our wonderful classified folks. I thank you again, Mrs. Alvey, for allowing us to remember those 3 young men, though they weren't RUSD, and one was our neighbor here. They were all our neighbors. Tomorrow, I'm really looking forward to joining my friend and our colleague, Dr. Farouk, at Casablanca for their first charrette on the Casablanca Elementary School with the CAG. How interesting that will be. What a long time, 12 years now, that I've looked forward to this particular day and others to follow, and just couldn't be more excited. As I reminded Mrs. Alvey, and I'll remind my colleagues, and I have a personal matter I have to tend to. I'm waiting for a note on it, and when it happens, I will step out for a while and apologize. First time it's happened, but I can't do anything about it. So thank you very much, Mrs. Alvey.
Thank you. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. I'll keep my comments short. Just want to thank the entire staff for all their efforts since the shutdown in March. I know I thanked them at the last time we had a meeting, but I don't think we can thank them enough. I think Dr. Hansen said it really well. I mean, everybody has really come together despite the circumstances to work towards one vision, which is to open up our schools in whatever capacity they can be opened up next week. Hard to believe that schools are going to be open next week, but I know that everybody's been working really hard. So I just want to extend my gratitude to each one of you who has participated in this plan to get our schools reopened, both as a parent and as a board member on behalf of the students we serve and my own family. So thank you. Also want to thank the public for being an active participant in these meetings. We have not seen the extent of participation, at least since my time on the board, since these last meetings. I think that just shows the importance that school plays in our everyday lives and how important it is to our neighborhoods and to our community that schools kind of be a focal point where we come together to solve these tough issues. So just grateful for all the input that parents and community members have provided and sharing their own personal experiences, because that's how we craft this opening plan. Without input from parents, without input from teachers, without input from classified staff, we wouldn't have the capacity, we wouldn't have the extent of the planning that we have today. So I think Dr. Hansen said it really well, that we're almost there and we will be there. And I look forward to participating in the meeting tonight to hear how the progression has come to this point and what we have to look forward to as we start this school year. So thank you everybody, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mrs. Lock-Dawson.
Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. I too just want to echo what Mr. Lee said, to thank all of our parents and who've come forward and given us so many great ideas. I know we've actually been able to incorporate a few of those things. So I too like to get the public comment, and I like to be, that's why we're here. That's why we are elected to these positions, is to answer to the folks who give us ideas, concerns, issues, and bring those to the table. So I really appreciate that. And I also would like to thank staff and everybody that has been working so hard on these reopening plans. I know it's been really, really difficult. I mean, it's been difficult for me as a parent to navigate this. I think it's been incredibly hard for our teachers and our parents and everybody trying to get through this at the time. It's a big event here, just trying to move through this pandemic. So I want to thank everybody. I want to ask for your patience and your grace. I, more than anybody, like to have things figured out and set, but I think we've all been humbled by what's going on right now in our country and in our community. And I think just we ask for your patience and grace as we try to move this forward and keep our kids and our community as safe as possible. Thank you, Mrs. Alvey.
Thank you, Mrs. Lock-Dawson. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you, President Alvey. I want to begin by echoing my colleagues' sentiments about our deep gratitude to our staff and our team. They've been working around the clock, and I know that the situation, is always rapidly changing, and there's so many moving parts. But staff have been extremely dedicated in making sure to stay engaged and be thoughtful and deliberate about how we move forward during this process. So really want to, again, echo our appreciation. I also want to express my appreciation for the comments President Kathy Alvey made earlier. And I just want to also just say too that I think that our environment must be conducive to public input and our values. We need to always foster an environment that encourages accountability, whether opinions are dissenting, whether they're critical. All of that is welcome, and that's part of the democratic process. I also think, as Trustee Lock-Dawson mentioned, that it makes actually our governance more effective when we are on the pulse of what people's needs are and how, again, we can best serve and be supportive. So, and I all of the emails and outreach that people in the community provide, I want to just reiterate that I personally review all of those correspondence and follow up. And again, as public servants, we are here dedicated to you, the community, and that's very important to us. I know that the process of starting the school year and student learning that's being administered during the pandemic has been extremely stressful for families, on top of all of the other challenges that people are dealing with, whether they've been unemployed or whether family members have gotten sick during this time. This is a very tough time for everybody. But no matter how complicated these circumstances are, our district, I know, must strive to deliver a high quality education to our students in an equitable manner and be a resource for families during this crisis. And so no matter how difficult the situation gets, we need to strive and meet that moment of being able to provide that. I know that the focus, obviously, as it should be, is on preparing for the school year, which is literally, starting next week. But I just want to mention that I am looking forward to the follow-up on the ethnic studies review and again, determining how we can ensure a high quality access for all of our students with that. I think that issue should not be lost in the midst of all of this concerns, that we need to do better and improve on that issue as well. I also want to just commend our community with their efforts on neighborhood learning centers that we're looking at with San Francisco and all of the community that's coming together. It's very powerful to see how fortunate we are in Riverside that so many aspects of the community, whether they're nonprofits, the faith-based community churches, the city, all trying to find ways to help enhance our student experiences for families. And then lastly, I just want to say that FAFSA completion, which is really important for students to be eligible for financial assistance for college. I know our district has always been kind of on the forefront of making sure high completion rates. I know the Blue Foundation is involved with the Leave No Money on the Table campaign. And so I'm appreciative of staff following up on that. And again, making sure that our families have access to the full amount of resources for affordability of college after after their students graduate from RUSD. So thank you, President Alavi. Those are my comments.
Thank you, and I'll just agree with my colleagues and extend my thanks to everyone. Thank you to the teachers who've written to me with your emails. I get your frustration, and I'm right there with you, and the professionals that you are, you're going to see this through. Also, many thanks to the classified workers. I've been talking to many of you who have one job or another and are trying to make things work. I appreciate the time that you're spending, and I value you in our district. And to our administration, I know you're working hard because I get your emails at 9 and 10 o'clock at night, and I know that you've got all the burners going. So like all my colleagues, I thank you all for the work that you're putting in for our USD. It's very, very nice. And now I'm going to move on to our district group reports. I'm going to start with our president of the Riverside Council Parent Teacher Association, Mrs. Mary Beth Loyal.
Good evening, Dr. Hanson, Board President Alavi, and members of the board. Thank you for your leadership during this unprecedented time. Sorry, I didn't turn on my video. It's better if I can see you guys. Riverside Council PTA praises the work of RUSD to communicate with all families. The recent outreach to obtain families' school program choice was extraordinary. It's incredible to see so many teachers and staff volunteer their time to ensure the school year is the best it can be for our students. We sincerely appreciate all you're doing for our community. The Riverside Council PTA recently formed a grant writing committee, and we were fortunate to have Linda Christopher join our team. Linda's experience and expertise were extremely helpful in applying for the National PTA COVID Relief Grant, and we were most thankful for the continued support in partnership with RUSD. Riverside Council PTA held the Carol Rood Scholarship and Advocacy Award virtual ceremony July 9th, and the following students were recognized. Carol Rood Scholarship recipients, Brody Brown, Marina Bryant, and Grace Tirado, all of Poly High School, and Bryony Gomez Lopez from Arlington High School. The Advocacy Award recipients were from Martin Luther King High School, Denver Ekman and Spencer Young, Maya Braslaw from John W. North, Arlington High School students, Kyle Sook and Ileana Lazaro, Poly High School students, Hunter Knopflock, Brooke Knopflock, Colin Avery, and Luke Pruitt, Ramona High School students, Regina Garcia, Derek Medina, Jonathan Arredondo, and Riverside STEM Academy students, Adwa Boateng, Alexandre Herrera, and Emily Nolke. We also recognized some VIPs during the ceremony. The Power Award in memory of PTA extraordinaire Sherry Power was presented to Deanna Sines, who is involved at Woodcrest PTA, Miller PTA, and serves on Riverside Council PTA. Riverside Council Teacher of the Year awarded to Catherine Murray from Riverside STEM Academy, and Riverside Council Principal of the Year was presented to Mike West. The Riverside Council PTA, in addition to California State PTA and 23rd District PTA, held many training opportunities during the month of July. All PTA officers are required to attend annual financial and position-specific training. More training dates will be scheduled in August and September. Our goal is to ensure each unit is equipped with the tools they need to have a successful, albeit challenging year. PTA membership drives will be drastically different. We are encouraging all teachers and staff and board members to join PTAs at their schools. Most of our schools have the option to purchase membership online through Totem, and that's TOTEM, and can be accessed at jointotem.com. The PTA has always served to connect families with their child's school, and this year PTAs will work to keep all families, virtual, hybrid, and home-based, connected to their home schools. California State PTA sends weekly emails to PTA leaders with ideas to increase family engagement during school closures. I want to close in saying how proud I am of our PTA units. Over 80% of our PTAs have held their elections, many of which held a virtual election meeting. We are working with leaders and principals at the school sites that have yet to hold elections, with hope for all units to have officers elected to the required positions of president, secretary, and treasurer soon. It is exciting to see the work of the PTA continue in new and creative ways. And serving the RUSD community, again, is one of our top priorities at Riverside Council. So please let us know how we may help in serving our students and families. So thank you guys so much for the opportunity to provide this update this evening. And again, many, many thanks for your leadership during this time.
Thank you, Mary Beth. We here at RUSD, we really appreciate the PTA. And like I always do every year, I was hoping you would make sure that I get an envelope so that I can join the PTA. And now we're going to be talking.
Mrs. Alvey,
yes.
I'm sorry, this is Brent. Can I make a question or a comment for Mary Beth? I was just going to say, I got the, in addition to an envelope, I know I got an email from PTA letting me know that my membership expired. So thank you for that reminder, because I know that my wife and I rejoined the PTA. So I think those emails, for those that have an email address, are also very helpful. So thank you for that.
Thank you. We all need those reminders. That's a good idea. And now I'm going to please ask for Mrs. Anahi Chavez, President of the California School Employees Association, Chapter 506, for her comments.
Okay. Thank you very much, President Alavi. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Hansen and President Madam Alavi and members of the board. Thank you for having me here this evening representing CSEA in Chapter 506. The last time I reported out was over 4 months ago due to the pandemic. It certainly has been quite the roller coaster for all of us, but I really would be unthoughtful if I didn't acknowledge our classified employees who have worked nonstop since our closure. This includes our nutritional staff workers, our custodial staff, our MOT with our plumbers, electricians, carpenters, painters, HVAC, automotive grounds department, our technology service department, and our communications alarms department. They have kept the lights on when no one was home and made sure our facilities have stayed safe, disinfected equipment, and clean facilities, handed out over 20,000 electrical devices, and like Mom at Home, have made sure our students and community have been continued to be fed. Let us put our hands together and give them a big applause for all they do. Thank you. With a few hiccups, we were able to negotiate the first COVID MOU in March for classified members, including essential worker pay. We are currently working on our next MOU to cover phase 1 of the school year, reopening by reviewing the recommendations of classified action teams and listening to members' needs and concerns. We are listening closely to Governor Newsom and State Superintendent Tony Thurmond's orders and recommendations in all we do. Employees are busy completing their annual training and COVID training for the coming school year. We have been meeting with our chapter in chapter meetings via Zoom with great attendance from the membership. We are able to communicate with classified workers and share any updates. State President Ben Valdepena of CSEA has attended, and we've also had local candidates running for mayor and school boards attended as well. And they've also requested endorsements from CSEA. We have had a breaking record attendance at our 94th annual CSEA State Conference with over 3,000 delegates this year. The conference was a 2-day event held via Zoom, via virtual format this year. Our chapter has pledged to donate $3,000 to the CSEA Dorothy Bajork Assistant Fund. The Dorothy Bajork Assistant Fund provides financial relief to members in need. The Assistant Fund, which is funded solely by generous donations of CSEA member and is dispersed through 2 different programs, the Emergency Assistant Program and the Humanitarian Assistant Program. If any members listening know of any CSEA members affected by the Apple fire, please contact us at the chapter office so that we can assist you. Lastly, we would like to thank the board for their support of CSEA and all our classified members. Your leadership and guidance through this pandemic has been invaluable. Again, thank you for having me here tonight, and please stay safe.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Thank you very much. And to all our classified employees, we're very grateful. And now I will call upon Mariela Fernandez, President of the District English Learner Advisory Committee, or what we call DLAC. Ms. Fernandez.
Ok, buenas tardes a todos. Primero que todo quiero agradecer por el tiempo que nos da. Quiero primero que todo agradecerle al doctor Hanson porque su apoyo por las despensas que les repartimos a todas las familias en este tiempo, para mí es sumamente valioso. La mayoría de las familias me preguntan si esto va a continuar.
Mariela?
Por favor, no lo...
Mariela, can I just interrupt you briefly? I'm sorry. Sonia, are you on and are you going to be translating for us, Sonia?
Yes, I am here and I will be interpreting for Ms. Mariela after she presents. So she's going to read her report and then I will be interpreting for her. Or would you like me to interpret for her every? Okay.
No, we'll do that. So just so the community knows, Mariela will speak to us in her native language and then Sonia will translate. Thank you.
Thank you. Señora Mariela, el doctor Hansen solo quería preguntar y asegurar de que el intérprete estaba presente con usted. Puede usted continuar y cuando usted termine su presentación, el intérprete interpretará por usted.
Todo, lo leo todo y después usted interpreta todo.
Correcto.
Perfecto, ok. Entonces continúo, ¿verdad?
Sí, por favor.
Okay. Entonces, para lo mucho o lo poco que tengan para darle a las familias en este momento es sumamente importante. Estamos muy agradecidos con la doctora G, con la señora Esther, con Norma, con Sonia, con el equipo de los intérpretes, porque hemos tenido apoyo para iniciar con buen pie este nuevo año escolar. Nos hemos reunido ya en 2 oportunidades y mucha información hemos tenido para poder cambiar. Ya tenemos nuestro calendario de reuniones para este nuevo año escolar que empieza, y tomando en cuenta todo el proceso que iniciamos hace 2 años de trabajar más en unidad con PTA, con APAC y con DICA, hemos modificado nuestro día de reunión para poder apoyar a PTA y esperamos que ellos a nosotros. Yo sigo creyendo y seguimos creyendo en que somos uno y tenemos que dar y estamos dando pequeños pasos sólidos y tangibles que nos van a llegar y que nos van a dar ese sueño de no pensar tanto en el racismo, sino de vernos todos iguales. Ahora quiero algo que me ha preocupado mucho es el tiempo en el que estamos ahorita. Virus y necesidad, ya que esto siempre impacta a los más vulnerables. Ayer preguntaba el número de escuelas que son título 1 y me encontré que son 33 escuelas, lo que refleja que es el más del 66% de representación de estudiantes en nuestra comunidad de RUSD. O sea que son personas de un promedio de normal abajo. Ahora me pregunto, ¿cuáles son las ayudas que proveerán a estas escuelas, tomando en cuenta que no estamos en tiempo de bonanza, sino en tiempo de crisis para muchas familias? Yo confío plenamente que ustedes trabajarán y serán vigilantes de que nuestros niños más necesitados tengan lo básico. Lo básico es comida. Si se puede, despensa, buscando cómo buscar alianzas con diferentes organizaciones escolares. Yo le agradezco al doctor Luis por suministrar información acerca de cómo estamos para poder sumar esfuerzos, apoyos a través de Lula y buscar más organizaciones. Sigue siendo para mí una pregunta sin responder claramente. Si todos los niños han tenido acceso a Internet en estas vacaciones, en esta época que tuvimos, ya que entiendo que había 1.500 solicitudes y entiendo que solamente conseguimos 1.000. Por último, y no menos importante, quiero agradecerle a la doctora Pérez, a la doctora Jacqueline y al doctor Hansen, porque participamos en un proyecto, no me sé muy bien el nombre, pero sé que salimos ganadores, salimos airosos. Yo sé que eso nos da un espacio. Mi solicitud personal es que yo quiero un comité de la comunidad hispana, es mi sueño, porque DILAC no tiene nada que ver con la comunidad hispana. DILAC es de los aprendices de inglés. Y yo quiero mi espacio, yo quiero que la comunidad hispana tenga su espacio, yo quiero que el 62% de la comunidad que yo represento tenga su espacio como lo tiene ella. Así que yo le agradezco esa oportunidad, me siento súper orgullosa de poderlos apoyar, de poder pertenecer a esto. RUSD es extraordinario y va a ser mejor. Solamente que en este momento estamos en tiempo de crisis, así que tenemos que cambiar y sumar más esfuerzo. Gracias.
Sonia, do you want to go ahead now?
Sorry.
Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Alavi. Good evening, everyone. Beforehand, I'd like to thank you for the time you give me to present a few points. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Hansen for his support of the community, for the food that has been distributed during almost the entire time of school vacation. I have heard so many positive comments about that, and this really brings happiness to my heart. Nutrition is completely fundamental in each home, and it is so important, especially in these very extreme times. I have a few questions in regards to English learners for this year. But we are very grateful to Dr. Yi, Ms. Esther, Norma, and Ms. Sonia and the team of interpreters because we have had the support to have a good start for this new school year. We already have meetings calendars for this new school year and taking into the account the entire process that we started 2 years ago in unity with PTA, APEC, and DLEC. We have changed our meeting dates in order to be able to support the PTA, and we hope that they will support us as well. I still believe in we are one, and taking small but solid steps and tangible steps we are going to reach and achieve step by step to eradicate racism. Now, I want to have a conversation about something that concerns me, virus and need, since it is something that always impacts those that are the most vulnerable. Yesterday, I asked how many schools are Title I schools, and I found out that it is 33 of our schools in the district, which reflects 66% of the schools that are in charge of people who are within the average or low income range and most vulnerable. Now I ask myself, what type of support will be provided to these schools when we are not in times as now in abundance, but in crisis for so many of these families? I have complete faith that you will work and be vigilant, that our children with the most need have the basics. And the basics is food. If possible, looking for resources as we already have, looking for alliances with different organizations, like for school supplies. I appreciate Dr. Lewis for giving me the information and allowing us to join forces with LULAC, since I know that also is being done with other organizations as well. And we need to look for those alliances and associations that can assist us in these needs. And I continue to have the same question, and that still has not been answered very clearly. If all the children had access to the internet, those that were in need, since from my understanding, 1,500 families needed it. And from what I know, only 1,000 was procured for them. And lastly, and not less important, I am thankful to Dr. Perez and Dr. Hansen and your entire team for participating in a project which I cannot exactly recall the name, but it is for community engagement. And we were ahead and we were accepted to be part of this. And I also, as part of that, when I was able to participate, I was able to present to them that we, as a Latino community, we also need our own space, a community with resources such as APEC. DLEC is a committee which is for English learners, but doesn't necessarily represent the needs of our Latino community, which is comprises 62% of our community here in Riverside. And we need to have that opportunity to be able to do that and be able to represent our Latino community. And I hope that Riverside Unified gives us that opportunity to do so. And I am so proud of this district. RUSD is truly extraordinary. And even in these moments of crisis, we are changing, and I know that all of these efforts, they are going to make us successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez. Those are good words. All right, we are now going to do public input, and what I would request is to have Ms. Reno Frosta begin reading the comments. at a 3-minute mark. And we will go until 6 p.m. and at which time we will take a 10-minute break and we will come back at 6:10. So Ms. Reno-Frosto, would you please set us off?
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Our first comment joins us via Zoom tonight. We have Arturo Valenzuela. Mr. Valenzuela, you can go ahead and unmute. Mr. Valenzuela, can you hear us? You can go ahead and unmute. Mrs. Alavi, we'll go ahead and come back if he's able to join us.
Thank you.
Okay, we will proceed to our comments in writing, beginning with our first one. Good evening. I am a CSEA member. When the classified MOU is up for approval, I hope that you will expect prioritization to be provided to the classified members with health conditions and those that have family members with health conditions without having to go through processes that certificated employees have not been required to do. Please also expect that flexibility will be given to CSEA members to get the proper information to the district because a letter was sent to certificated staff in July. It included the district desired timelines to request prioritization. I realize that there have been many changes to deal with, but the notification that was sent out to the certificated staff in July by RUSD, I don't believe classified members got. If some got it, certainly not all members received it. This would leave members potentially waiting for their doctor's appointments outside of the desired timelines without any knowledge of the significance it could mean to their pay, their health, or their family. Many have been told to report to their work sites. Our members deserve to be treated with the same respect and considerations for their health and the health of their family. Many of our positions can be done virtually. We have some of the most potentially exposed employees. They are valuable as individuals, so are their families, and they are all needed for the district to run smoothly. I hope you will do these things for us. Our next comment. Dear Board of Education, I am submitting a comment to say that it was completely insulting to watch the previous board meeting and then be told to grow up or to be a responsible citizen by board member Hunt. As an RUSD employee concerned when ethnic diversity was eliminated, having everyone say it was not made the community and anyone involved look untruthful when the class was in fact eliminated and then reinstated following the board meeting. To say that it's not a good time to bring a concern that pertains to the Latino and African American community up at this time is again reinforcing the systemic racism, sends the message that it's never a good time bringing up issues for people of color, or that our issues are not important enough to bring up. Staff and board members were contacted prior to this issue being taken to the community, and it fell on deaf ears. The apology should come from Tom Hunt for insinuating that the employees and community he serves are not responsible citizens, and even worse, calling us witches by referring to us as a coven. A UCR professor called in and was met with snark and rude commentary when she expressed her concern for why ethnic diversity is needed. The professor was an expert that engages in research and was treated like laughingstock. That showed the type of respect and concern that Board President Alavi and Hunt give to issues related to minority students in RUSD. This atrocious misconception that the community, students, and teachers lied about the class being eliminated needs to be corrected. Take accountability and publicly state that the class was in fact closed, and a second apology needs to come from Alavi and Hunt, whom berated those employees and students and community members who called in while Mrs. Alavi closed with a well said, sealing his comment. Next comment. Dear Board of Education, I am submitting a comment to say that it was completely insulting to watch the previous board meeting and then be told to grow up or to be a responsible citizen by board member Hunt. As an RUSD employee concerned with when ethnic diversity was eliminated, having everyone say it was not made the community and anyone involved look untruthful when the class was in fact eliminated and then reinstated following the board meeting. To say that it's not a good time to bring a concern that pertains to the Latino and African American community at this time is again reinforcing the systemic racism, sends the message that it's never a good time being up issues for people of color, or that our issues are not important enough to bring up. Mrs. Alavi, it appears this is a repeat. Would you like me to continue?
No, thank you. If it's a complete repeat or a form letter, I don't think we need to read them all.
Okay, I'll proceed to the next one. The next one's from a concerned voting member and parent of RUSD. RUSD board members, where is your apology for Mr. Hunt's deplorable behavior and for Mrs. Alavi's support of such disrespectful and haphazard behavior? At last month's RUSD board meeting, while discussing concerns about changes to ethnic, African American, and Chicano studies. As a parent of an RUSD student of color, I was horrified with Mr. Hunt's behavior. RUSD board members, in particular the vice president, and RUSD's board president, yet again fueling the flames of inequality in a community already full of hurt and unrest, furthering the racial divide in our community. Once again dismissing concerns of students, parents, teachers, and concerned community members of color. Mr. Hunt, your behavior was disgusting. Do you speak to your wife that way, to your daughters like that, when they have a concern and voice it out aloud? Do you tell them to stop wasting your time, to grow up, and challenge them to handle it outside in the streets? Riverside Unified School District notified its ethnic studies, African American studies, and Chicano studies teachers that they wouldn't be teaching their classes as they had in previous years. RUSD made that change. Mr. Hansen acknowledged the error, and Mrs. Hill said that it was her mistake and that classes would go back to the way they've been taught. Further, she would seek input from concerned RUS teachers, parents, and community members. Riverside Unified School District made those decisions, not me, not other concerned teachers, parents, students, and community members. How dare you take us on a roller coaster ride of sincere apology from your RUSD superintendent, backtrack and backpedal by RUSD's chief academic officer, scrambling to reach out to those concerned teachers, parents, and community members to fix the error. And then, Mr. Hunt, you throw a threatening tirade and talk about taking the discussion to the street like you're some street fighter. How dare you tell me to grow up and to stop wasting your time? You work with the community, Mr. Hunt, and Mrs. Alavi, you do too. You want our vote in November, Mr. Hunt, very poor timing. Your behavior has far-reaching consequences that will not only follow us to the polls in November, but also to budding RUSD students that you are supposed to be an example of, a positive, mature, thoughtful, and inclusive leader for. RUSD students, parents, teachers, and community members saw your behavior, Mr. Hunt, and your behavior as well, Mrs. Alavi, and further, they have heard your silence speak volumes now for the last 2 weeks. RUSD board members, I hope you take this opportunity to review the RUSD bylaws under the RUSD Board of Education website. If you haven't already, please take the time to review the policies, rules, and regulations tab. Surely Mr. Hunt's behavior does not conform to the governance standards. And the next comment, what will be the way that we can have meetings with the ELAC group at our school and with PTA? From Jacqueline Guzman. And Mrs. Alavi, that concludes our public comments for this evening.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you had, I had heard that we had 60 comments. So I guess those are for other agenda items. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mrs. Alavi.
Okay, well, then we can move right ahead to the consent agenda. I am looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion moved.
Second.
Brent.
By Mr. Lee, seconded by Mr. Hunt. I will do a roll call vote. Mr. Hunt?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson,
Yes.
Dr. Farouk,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that has
Mrs.
now
Alavi?
passed.
Mrs.
Yes.
Alavi, I'm sorry, there are comments for 2 consent items, I-2 and I-7.
I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and hear those, please.
I2. Good. Ms. Alavi, could you ask, was that I2 and I7?
Yes.
Correct, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll begin with I-2 from Dale Kinnear. This evening, you are being asked to approve a $168,647, sorry, let me start over. This evening, you are being asked to approve a $168,647 payment to a public relations firm named Nearing, which has offices in San Diego and Sacramento. The most effective public relations strategies RUSD can implement exist with our teachers, classified employees, and principals. When we provide them with the tools they need to master their profession, including leadership, timely decisions, and effective support, a $168,000 plus payment will not be necessary to build the RUSD image and brand. When our parents and community at large are listened to as district leadership demonstrates trust and transparency, a public relations firm will not be required. Staff, students, parents, and community members will provide effective PR for us at no additional cost. As a result, you will be able to spend our funds directly on students.
And Mrs. Alavi, we will now read public comment for item I7.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Our first one does not have a name. It is shocking to see an entire bell schedule expected to be implemented at home on the final MOU. Families with elementary and secondary students have 2 detailed bell schedules to manage at home with lunch times not fully lined up. Daily live instruction was presented and voted on as 3 hours in the morning for elementary and 3 hours in the afternoon for middle and high school. Students could then complete independent work during the time of the day that worked best for them. Instead of live instruction during different parts of the day, this schedule will have students and parents still working from home, all live at the same time. What a distracted learning environment with homes sounding like call centers. And the families where high school students are the ones at home with their younger siblings now will have schedules that overlap instead of running opposite. How will those teens attend to their detailed online schedule at the same time they need to help their younger siblings get onto their classes and through their conflicting schedule? This will be your equity issue. Attendance matters in distance learning now, yet the majority of our district families don't know their students are expected to be live with a teacher taking attendance at 8 a.m. on Monday. The state is requiring us to move our start time back for secondary. Let's at least do that now. Let's implement the 8:30 start for middle and high school this year, not next. It will help a bit and has to be done anyways. These teens have had nearly half a year without morning instruction. A few days' notice isn't going to be enough time to get some teens scheduled back in line, especially when afternoon live instruction was advertised instead of the full day details we now see a few days before school starts. So these are the schedules supported by the union. The same union district staff voiced concern about approaching to move the school start date back when Mr. Hunt asked a couple meetings ago. So we just didn't other districts figuring out to push their calendars back. You are rushing our start. How can this be successful? When many of our teachers still haven't heard what grade, what subject, or what model they will be teaching in a few days. This year's calendar is the earliest ever for RUSD. Maybe instead of summer break starting before Memorial Day this year, we can push the calendar back a bit and have the start of everyone's actually prepared for. Our kids deserve that. And our next comment. The distance learning schedule provided in the RCTA MOU presents a completely unreasonable expectation for households with 2 full-time working parents. With live instruction spread throughout a full day of school, younger students will require far more attention to assist them in their learning, and it's impossible for me to be a full-time employee while also full-time teaching facilitator. Further, my children attends a small in-home daycare, which provides her only form of social interaction. A schedule with live instruction spread throughout the day would require her to be home and completely isolated. Daycare providers cannot accommodate the instruction needs of multiple children of different ages, schools, or even districts, and it is unrealistic for me to expect that of my child care provider. A schedule with a set block of live instruction time, like that provided in the virtual option, would allow families to make reasonable accommodations with employers and other child care providers. A household with 2 full-time working parents, we need our children in school as soon as possible so that we can provide for our family, and we're forced to choose the in-person option without having seen an actual schedule. Now that the schedule has been presented, but the selection window has been closed, I will be forced to either withdraw my student from your district or just not attend scheduled live interactions. I don't understand why the school board chose to direct staff to negotiate these schedules rather than negotiate a change of the start date to provide everyone, teachers included, with more time to prepare, think through the best possible solutions, and communicate with parents. I have grown increasingly frustrated listening to staff tell the board they have enough time to prepare, yet here we are less than a week out from the start of school, and there's no opportunity for you to make changes to a schedule that will not work. From a concerned teacher, dear members of the board, thank you for taking the time to listen to the concerns of RUSD staff. I have been an elementary teacher in RUSD for 23 years, and I love the work that I am honored to do. Today, I speak on behalf of teachers who were blindsided with combination classes this year. Myself and 3 other educators from my site received in-person model combination classroom assignments. I was specifically assigned to a 5th, 6th combination. To figure out what to do, I immediately looked to the RCTA Union MOU, distributed on July 30th, 2020, for the expectations placed upon combination teachers. I found no expectations or language about combination classrooms in the new MOU. Call to action. We are asking that the board recommend for the district to look again at alternate options to implementing combination classes. Perhaps look at staffing in new ways. Can home, school, model facilitator, or intervention teachers be used differently or more equitably and efficiently to support our in-person students? Have we exhausted all possibilities and resources to avoid these combination classes? Please also reconsider extending the start date by 1 week. We combination teachers have concerns that affect our students, their families, and ourselves. The MOU expectation for in-person teachers is to provide 40 to 60% of the student's day with synchronous instruction. How can this expectation be met? Oops, I apologize, my screen is jumping. How can this expectation be met when the teacher has 2 grade levels and 2 curriculums? This concern was addressed with the union. The solution that was given was to split the synchronous instructional time in half for each grade level, leaving each grade level with 20 to 30% of their day being instruction. This is not equitable or acceptable for our students, teachers, or families to cut their instructional time in half. What I ask, would you do if this was your child's situation? Every student deserves equal instructional that the students assigned to single grade level classes will receive. Every teacher deserves a reasonable workload assignment that can lead to success for all. In order for combination teachers to give kids in both grade levels the instruction they need and deserve, they would have to be synchronously teaching 80 to 100% of their workday. There would be no asynchronous blocks for teachers to hold office hours, help students, or plan. This is not equitable with other teachers' assignments, even with a small stipend. Money cannot buy planning time for office hours within our workdays. I looked again at the MOU for combination classroom schedules that we could follow. Regular classrooms, K-12, had district-prepared daily schedules. There was no such schedule for combination classes or DLI classes to add. We addressed these omissions with the union and RUSD staff. They both assured us that this was being worked out, but nothing has been distributed yet. School starts on Monday, August 10th. We teachers have 2 workdays to plan in new waters, and this is not fair. Combination classes specifically not only have to learn to effectively teach virtually, but also to figure out how to make this combination work on their own, learn brand new curriculum, and be effective for kids who have major anticipated learning loss. Is 2 days enough for that? No. Most curriculum cannot be integrated to teach a whole class at one time. The required core curriculum and standards for each grade level are completely different. In doing this, we cannot prepare.
I think we have run out of time for that comment.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Our next comment. If SB 98 requires for the 2020-21 school year, the minimum school day for a local education agency as follows. A, 180 instructional minutes in kindergarten. B, 230 instructional minutes in grades 1 to 3 inclusive. C, 240 instructional minutes in grades 4 through 12 inclusive. Then why are we scheduling 7 hours for distance learning and 6.25 hours for virtual learning for the instructional day according to the district provided schedules? The SB 98 instructional minutes are school day minutes, not live interaction minutes. Additionally, the TKK schedule is not differentiated in the virtual schedule and does not have the same number of minutes. Our next comment. According to SB 98, schools will provide daily live interaction with certificated employees and peers for the purposes of instruction, progress monitoring, and maintaining school connectedness. If SB 98 does not specify how much live interaction is required, why are teachers being directed to provide a specific amount of live interaction time? With the district provided schedules, teachers are providing interaction and support from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. in distance learning and 8:30 a.m. to 2:45 p.m. for virtual learning. This is an excessive amount of online time for students, especially in primary grades, English learners, struggling learners, and this impedes on teachers' planning time. Our next one. I am writing to you as an RUSD teacher and RUSD parent. Are you aware that in less than 7 days, around 10,000 students who selected the virtual model will attend a class of a teacher who currently knows nothing about what grade or content area they will be teaching? The only communication teachers involuntarily transferred to the virtual model have received thus far is that we've been transferred and an opportunity to give our input on a Google form. Are families aware that the majority of their virtual teachers are new to RUSD, if not new to teaching altogether, and were transferred involuntarily based on seniority and credentials? I wonder if families would make a different choice if they realize they might get a teacher who is new to the content, grade, or even profession. Do they realize that they might get a teacher who has never taught that grade or curriculum? I wonder if family decisions would have been different if they would have known the in-person model is starting with distance learning. Are families aware that other teachers at in-person sites have master schedules finished, first week lesson plans with slides to teach their students next week, staff meeting time, date and agenda, and even welcome, but virtual teachers have nothing? How is this equitable to students or staff? Are families aware that the district would not move the start date of the school year in union negotiations, which could mitigate the numerous issues to prevent the current unpreparedness and chaos, especially in the virtual model? Are you aware that families who selected homebound have heard nothing with less than 7 days to prepare? I try to be solution rather than a problem, and I realize this is a difficult situation without a guidebook. I only offer my suggestions. Please consider giving the calendar a few more days before we start to allow the involuntarily transferred students and administration to prepare or go back to an all virtual model across the district with students and teachers in their home school. Then when schools are able to go in person, move to an option model. Our next comment. Schools plan to be open from 7:45 a.m. to 2 p.m. to offer teachers the opportunity to work from their classrooms. However, morning session virtual teachers are expected to be available for small group instruction until 2:45 p.m. and afternoon virtual teachers are in live instruction until 3:30. Even for in-person teachers, we would be online from 8 to 2 with periodic breaks. This leaves no time for on-campus planning. Schools should be open in accordance with our usual contract time. Next comment, according to the district created schedules, students are expected to log in and log off all throughout the instructional day. This is unmanageable for primary students and multiple child households. Next comment from Jennifer Coulter to members of the board members of the Riverside Unified School District. I propose that students start school officially on Wednesday, August 12th, 2020. I understand that certificated and classified staff must begin work on the 6th as it is decided contractually, and I'm in agreement with continuing forward with this. In fact, the delay start is in an effort to give more time for preparation. My suggestion comes because the 2 extra workdays would help teachers and staff prepare a bit for the start of the school year. Most teachers who have opted to teach in person were giving their schedule of classes over this past weekend. At the writing of this letter, only hours before this board meeting, virtual staff have yet to receive any word on what they will be teaching this year. Additionally, much classified staff, such as instructional assistants who have been given no guidance in their roles in the virtual classroom, or teachers whom they will be assigned. Apologize. My colleagues and I feel unprepared and unheard, and these 2 days would not solve all of that, but would help improve morale and our ability to enter our workplace in a less frazzled manner. You as a board have promised this community well-prepared teachers, but we as educators have not been given ample opportunity to prepare. I have faith in the RUSD faculty and staff, but in fairness to us with our students, a couple extra days is the least we should receive to prepare, not only for our subject matter, but for the new reality of presenting it on a digital platform. The proposed MOU promises 6 days worth of lessons, but we have yet to see those lessons come to fruition. And if and when they do, we won't have the time needed to be able to tailor them to our needs. Additionally, as all educators know, once the school year gets in full swing, the ability to plan in depth the way a teacher typically does leading into the school year is cut immensely by our school day. To my knowledge, most school calendars allot for calamity days. This seems the appropriate time to consider taking those. Alternatively, there are many events that typically cut into the school calendar that will likely not proceed as normal this year. This gives us space in the school calendar to start our students only 2 days later without any further disruption to end times or the calendar at large. As a seasoned teacher with a district and a mother of 3 RUSD students, it would be in the best interest of all stakeholders to give your employees a little extra time to feel prepared to enter this school year. Thank you for your consideration. Our next comment, according to the MOU, employees will work directly with human resources to determine which leaves they may be eligible for under HR 6201, and or if they will use accumulated sick leaves or other applicable leaves in the event they are unable to perform their duties. During phase 2 and beyond, if an in-person teacher has to quarantine because of contact tracing, yet still able to perform their duties, they should not need to use sick leave, as could occur after using FFCRA. Virtual teachers will not have to use sick leave if quarantined because they will never report in person. From Crystal Rodriguez, good evening, President Alavi, Dr. Hansen, and distinguished members of the board. There was a lot of movement, and I know people have new assignments. I am teaching 4th grade DLI in person, but starting off virtual, and I need to teach both English and Spanish portion. However, the agenda that was provided for us by the district does not support the instructional time that is required to teach both English and Spanish, as well as the corresponding subjects. I have brought this concern up to the RCTA president, asking if we could be provided with a schedule specifically for DLI for those of us that need to teach in the 50-50 model to make sure that we are providing rich content to our students, including our DLI students. A workload that was split between 2 teachers is now being put on 1 teacher, and with the breakdown of minutes and times, we cannot do it all. Our DLI students deserve to get an equitable education rich in language as their program specifies and promotes. Please help us in servicing these students and community. From a Riverside Unified teacher, good afternoon, board members. I'm writing to you as a dedicated teacher and parent in the district. While we can all agree that remote learning has its challenges, teachers who are also parents have added challenges. While we are granted access to our classrooms, those of us with children will not be able to go in. We have been told that we may not bring our own children into our own classrooms while we teach, plan, or prepare. This means I must pull together my own resources at my house in order to teach. Meanwhile, other teachers are able to work from their classrooms with the supplies they need. How is this equitable? My husband is an essential worker, and we have no access to childcare right now. Please reconsider letting teachers bring their own children into their own classrooms so we can teach and plan efficiently. They are not contaminating the classroom any more than I am, and if a waiver is needed in order to bring them, I would gladly sign. I am sure I am not the only teacher mom in this position. Please help us out. Thank you. From an RUSD teacher, I am sure it has been difficult to come up with a plan on such short notice, but I am very disappointed that we are not delaying the start date. You have had time to negotiate with the unions. Everyone is stressed about what grade level we will be teaching and just being notified. This on what we will be teaching on Monday is ridiculous. There are many combos in schools for in-school teachers, and that is not fair for students to have to split their time online with teachers. Dear RUSD board members, I am a certificated employee, and I have watched the last 2 board meetings from start to finish and wanted to say how grateful I am for your care and concern, not only for our students, but also for the staff during this worldwide pandemic. I am writing to you today to express my abundant concern for our special education department's handling of the planning for hybrid distance learning and in-person models. We work with the most fragile and vulnerable of students in our district, and of today, August 4th, almost all service providers in the district, including occupational therapists, school psychologists, speech and language pathologists, physical therapists, etc., have not been given their school assignments for the 2020-2021 school year. We have also not been informed of where and how we will be working. We have no idea what our caseloads are. Our caseloads are comprised of students with individualized education plans and various school placements, general education, autism classrooms, mild, moderate, etc. I will remind the district that students are planning on starting school in less than 4 business days. In addition, it has been unacceptable that RUSD has not sent 1 email to service providers expressing the plan for the 2021 school year. We have been getting our information from these board meetings and from our union, and most of the time is the first time we have heard anything related to how we are doing our jobs and servicing our students. We have had 0 communication from special education regarding what is going on for the beginning of the school year. I am appalled that the district did not take COVID-19 seriously by beginning to work on a plan in April regarding the worst case scenarios. Many departments have been reaching out to the district since April, expressing concern and asking questions. And on Monday at a team lead meeting, these questions and concerns were still unanswered. Some service providers began reporting for work today. The rest will begin on Thursday. We have no way to prepare for the school year. We have no idea what to plan for or what materials we will need. We will absolutely not be ready to start on August 10th. The fact that it took the district until 2 weeks ago at the last board meeting to come up with a plan this late in the game is extremely concerning. I fear that the district has left our most vulnerable and needy students out during their planning. Thank you. And this is our last comment for this item from Kathleen Becker. I know during this COVID-19, we have all been faced with a very challenging time. I want to thank RUSD for all your hard work the board has and all staff have been working on. Seeing firsthand, not only as an employee of 13 years, and a parent and now grandparent of RUSD, I want to applaud the hard work that is going with these challenging times. There is no one glove fits all, but as a team, we will continue to give it our best, whether at home or at school. The behind the scenes in the union negotiations are working long hours for the best solution for everyone. This will be changing with each phase. Appreciate everyone's hard work. Thank you. And that concludes our public comments for consent items.
Thank you very much. I apologize for not getting those comments read before our vote. We will now move on to item J, which are public hearings. Our first item is a public hearing.
Mrs. Alavi,
Yes.
Mrs. Alavi, Dr. Farouk had a request to speak before.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Me too.
Dr. Farouk.
Thank you, President Alvey. You know, I don't know if from a matter of protocol, if we have to re-vote because we didn't follow the process of the community providing the input before we took action. I would personally prefer that. And as part of that, I have a few questions that I would like to pose to staff just to help address some of the points that were made also, if that's okay.
I don't mind taking a second vote. I'd be happy to do that. Why don't you go ahead and pose your questions?
Well, I just think if Dr. Hansen or the appropriate designee can just provide some context that these decisions that are being alluded to regarding the start date are not happening in a vacuum, that they're being done through the collective bargaining process in conjunction with our unions that are speaking as a voice for all of our employees. Can you just, I just think it might be helpful to kind of, for Dr. Hansen, for you to elaborate on that and just speak to about the preparation levels and you know, how information is being disseminated and, you know, for the start of the school year. I just think it would be helpful for you to speak to some of those things before we formally take that action.
Dr. Hansen, would you like Ms. Hill to answer that question?
Sure, or we can have Mrs. Ibarra and Kakesh also sat at that table. So I will defer to Renee and she can pass it to the others too if she would like to.
Okay, thank you.
I'll start, if you don't mind, with the content, Mrs. Alavi. As regards to having the school sites open, we are in conversations right now to see how we can have the school sites open for a longer period of hours than is expressed in the MOU. So we should have some information out about that shortly. And about the pushing back of the start of school, we did have that conversation before, which that is not possible. However, the MOU does contain some statements about 6 hours of content that will be provided, back to school content for students. I reviewed that content today, our whole team did, and it will be some digital citizenship content, some study skills content, some introduction to the learning platforms that students will need. And in the cases where our adopted materials have back to school or review content, that will be made available also. So yeah, so Mrs. Ibarra or Mrs. Kakish, if you want to expand upon that, please do.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. You addressed many of the components that came from the negotiations table. If there's specific questions, Dr. Fruch, that you would have, but with regards to what can be negotiated and how we negotiate it, Ms. Hill did address the fact that we are right now going back to discuss one of the concerns that I heard with regards to extension time, along with the component of the time to provide teachers with the 6 hours of supplemental curriculum in that first week.
Ms. Kakish, did you want to add anything to that?
No, Mrs. Alavi, I'll just answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Dr. Fruch, were your questions answered?
Well, I mean, I obviously all the detailed things that were brought up, it sounds like those all can't be addressed individually right now. But the broader point I just wanted people to understand is that the staff are not making imposing these decisions in a vacuum, that they are being done through the collective bargaining process. And some of the things that were brought up about flexibility, like for a waiver of liability of bringing children into classrooms due to lack of childcare and things like that. Have we exhausted all of those options as staff to determine if things like that are even possible to consider?
I can speak to the, hold on.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Kakish.
Okay, I can speak to the childcare. Sorry about that. One of the things that we're doing for childcare for our employees, but also for our community parents, is that we are exploring with our partners. We have current partners of childcare providers, and we are expanding our agreements to other that have also approached us with interest to partner with the city as far as sites within the city and as far as facilities within our buildings. And so we are in discussion and negotiations of joint use agreements and updated contracts with childcare providers. I'm talking like child development centers, champions, Think Together. We're talking and we're seeing what's best for our district and community as a whole. And we'll be finalizing some of that by the end of the week.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and I'm assuming that in regards to the preparation for the start of the school year, that's going to be gone over in the presentations coming up, right?
Yes, Dr. Fruch. Yes, Dr. Fruch. The staff will go over those specific questions.
And I just want to get clarification also that in terms of the start of the school year, that was collectively bargained, right? That's not something that was imposed unilaterally by the staff, because I've heard mixed information on that in terms of
Ms. Ibarra, who's our chief negotiator, would you address that question, please?
Absolutely, Dr. Fruch. As we brought to you early on, the start of the school year can be negotiated to have moved, but in that, when you negotiate it, you have to add those days on at the end of the year. When we brought that to the table at the time, it was not of interest to be able to take away either a Thanksgiving holiday, a Christmas holiday, and or spring break. And remember, this has to go to both bargaining tables because we also impacts the work year for your classified employees, not just your certificated. And so that was not something at the time when it was brought to them that was looked at as an interest for all parties. In order to then extend, because what you have to realize is you have to extend, you have to make up those days at some point.
And my last question, there was some comments alleging that our collective bargaining units are getting treated differently, in terms of like HR policies and things like that, that like classified have to jump through more hoops than certified. Is that true? And can anybody speak to that, please?
I can speak to that. That falls under our department too. And no, actually, we started with classified far sooner than we started with certificated because they started coming back right in the beginning. And in fact, some of them never left. As Ms. Chavez spoke to tonight, our nutrition services, MOT have been here all along. And so with that, we've started the process of informing and providing those opportunities for this classified to be able to come in and talk to us and work with us with regards to any accommodations needed and or how they would meet the criteria that fell under HR 6201. Certificated came after, and they did receive a letter, but it was actually modeled after the letter that went home to all of our classified employees through the district email.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, you had some questions?
Yeah, I wanted to apologize. I wouldn't have made a motion if I knew we had public comment, or my motion might have been a little bit different. So I'm not sure procedurally what we can do on this. I mean, I'm glad we're still talking about it. I do have some questions for staff. And I do think, I know Dr. Farouk asked several of those questions. But he said maybe we don't want to get into details, but I think we should get into details since some specific questions were brought up. At least specifically for me, on process again, looking at some of the schedules that were proposed in the MOU, could you share a little bit how those were brought forth and how we landed at these specific times during this specific part of the day, as it is a little bit different from what was shared at the last board meeting. Again, I'm not a teacher. I'm not sure exactly how to break this day up that's conducive to learning for kids and productive for teachers, but maybe share a little bit about how we landed on these precise times and why maybe the virtual is different than the distance learning, and if there's any difference in terms of instructional minutes.
So, Mr. Lee, I'm actually going to ask Dr. Lewis, because he oversaw the action teams, that the two teams, which was both the virtual and the in-person, that those schedules came from. So Dr. Lewis, if you could please address that question.
I can. Good evening, Mr. Lee. So through the action teams, I'll speak to virtual first. The team came up with a very similar draft to what we saw throughout the board meetings when we talked about 3-hour chunks of time and then offered in both the morning, afternoon, or evening sessions, which you'll hear more about in Ms. Hill's presentation later in the evening. I think the one that is being referenced is the in-person distance learning schedule that we will start as phase 1 of that plan. And that is a schedule that was being worked on throughout the presentations. You did see different drafts or possibilities, I should say, that the action teams were working through. And they looked at a lot of different options. They looked at chunks of time where you would spend the 3 hours of your instructional time in one component. They looked at schedules that spread that out. And the final recommendation was to spread that out, which most closely mirrored a regular instructional day. That was designed both to be developmentally appropriate. So while you'll see times of instruction all the way down to kindergarten, all the way through 12th grade, those times will obviously, our teachers are experts at working with their students and developing of what they need to be appropriately. They were designed to mirror a day of instruction, as that is the model that will, as we phase into our plan, will most closely resemble a school day. The last part is throughout that day, the team came up with different periods. So you will have live engagement time, but you also have time throughout that day that teachers can meet with different groups of students. And that was at flex time that team felt important to provide that opportunity based on student need.
So in terms of instructional minutes, do they mirror each other if you have the in-person model versus the virtual model?
Yes, the number of minutes, I believe the question was in kindergarten, and I don't remember that one off the top of my head. But as far as minutes of instruction in both models, they are very similar to to each other.
And then another question about professional development. I know that several of my colleagues had brought up potentially pushing the start date back and the implications of that, and we didn't end up doing that or negotiating that at the table. However, if we did add additional professional development days, what does that cost the district every day that we are open as a district with or without students, if it's PD or with students?
So I can answer that, Mr. Lee. 1 day to the teachers is approximately, because I'm not sure if we would offer it to teachers and support staff, because I think the instructional aid will probably be also in need of professional development if we were to offer additional. But 1 day district-wide is $1.7 million. 1 day just for the teacher unit and the classified staff might be around $1.4 million, because we won't need to unless we offer it to management. So total for district-wide would be 1.7. If there's any groups that are not in need, then it would be less than that.
So if we were to push back the school day start date, but bring teachers back to provide training, it would cost us roughly $1.7 million each day that we did that.
It would be less if it's just for the less than 12 months employees. So it'll be somewhere around 1.4, 1.5 million.
Ms. Kikish and Mr. Lee, just remember too, if we're bringing them back, we have to pay the extension of the school year. So those employees would need to be able to be present, the classified employees, if their work year was at an end, we would still need to be able to extend for both units at the end of the school year. So if you bring back for 5 years, 1.7 a day, 5 days, excuse me, 1.7 a day, that would then be 1.7 for every day we add on at the end.
So pretty costly choice. So that's why you were sharing, Ms. Ibarra, about the trade, that there would be a trade-off if we did, potentially if we negotiated that to make it cost neutral or limited cost, would be to give up another day.
The trade that I referred to would be if at the negotiations table you gave up spring break or you gave up days that were already built in, and those then became student days that the students would be in attendance, because those are already built into our work year. But we don't have that, was not an interest for both. And there's other complications, as Ms. Kikish can also refer to, with regards to how it fiscally you're adjusting that schedule.
Thank you. And then just one more question had to do with this schedule. I mean, we know it's a crazy time of year, an exceptional and not in a good way necessarily time of year with this kind of right up to the day school starts, planning on where we're going to have teachers and where we're going to have students. What would be the normal? Like, when do teachers normally get notified that they'll be teaching a certain grade level? And does it differ if they're going to be teaching at a new grade level?
So I can answer that too. Teachers under a normal non-COVID situation receive tentative assignments for elementary at the end of the school year, but those are tentative. So there are situations where principals are changing based on their enrollment right up into 3, 4, 5 days before. That is not something that's atypical. What could be the perception, though, that we're seeing right now, or what we are feeling right now, actually it's not a perception, is that there might be more changes based on the different program options that we have given. So that's where we're seeing the difference. But this is not atypical, just like the combos is not an atypical dilemma that we're in with regards to teachers having combos and having to teach both of those subject areas. It's just the COVID and the virtual and the distance have then created different dynamics based on staffing.
I also would add that the state just gave direction also later in the year, because we had operated based on assumptions that the state would allow us to do certain things. And the state changed and actually ended up giving us guidelines that could not move with the options that we've had before that. And so we had to change our plans late in the game based on state and federal regulations also.
Thank you. And then, sorry, one more. I'm just thinking about something. The schedules that are proposed in the MOU, in the event that we get underway and we find that they're just not working for one reason or another, would they have to be rebargained to negotiate those timeframes, or can teachers kind of, for lack of a better word, freestyle a little bit, and as long as the same amount of instruction is done?
No, they are part of the MOU. And so both parties, both the district and our CTA has the right to be able to request to go back to the table to renegotiate components that fall within the MOU. So if we were to change that, we would go back because that is part of their work day and that is a negotiable item.
So I would like to add, Mr. Lee, and for the rest of the board and our audience, that things are still being decided on components of our instructional program as we speak at the state level. And so we expect that some of those changes might actually also force us to change some of what we've agreed upon in the MOU with our teachers. So for example, independent study programs and how we use that in our programs versus requirements might, we're at the legislative level, we're actually advocating for some flexibility, but the decision hasn't been made. And so if the flexibility is not going to be given to us, although all districts are asking for it, for whatever reason, that if that doesn't happen, we might have to also change and go back to the table and negotiate something different. So what I'm offering for all of us, that this is new for all of us, new to the teachers unit, new to the classified unit, new to the management. And all of what we've done is to try to get us to get a head start. And then if things don't work, we're going to have to go back to the table and fix them. If things don't comply and the state tells us that this is not going to work, we're also going to go back to the table and go back to our community and our action teams and get their feedback on how we can adjust our plans. But there's several factors right now that are still being decided on at the state level. I just wanted everybody to know that here.
I think I'll just end on this, at least with my comments, is that, I get this is all new to everybody. And I realize we got to follow some state guidelines, but I think we all have to be flexible. Right, we don't know how this is going to work. I think one commenter made the comment about kids getting in and out of a live session. Right, if they don't have, if they've got one parent and 3 kids, or some kind of babysitter or something that's helping them get in and out. There might be some technological challenges on both sides. Most likely, probably the student side, but the teachers. I just hope that we can be flexible and be ready to make necessary changes to make sure this plan is working, because it seems like it potentially could have some challenges to it.
Mr. Lee, thank you. Do you have any further questions?
That's it for now.
Mrs. Alavi, if you want to have if you'd like to have some clarification regarding whether we can change a vote or not, I'd like to invite Assistant Superintendent Tim Walker, who is our in-house, if you will, expert on this, to address the board and let you know how to proceed. Tim, would you please unmute?
I did. Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Good evening, Mrs. Alavi and members of the board. I hope tonight's meeting finds you in good health and spirits. I've looked into the issue while you were having conversation, and just wanted to read you a point. A member may raise a point of order regarding the conduct of the vote, demand a division of the assembly, move to retake the vote under another method, move for a recapitulation of a roll call vote, or request unanimous consent to change his vote. So I would ask that if it is a consideration of the board to retake the vote, that the person who made the motion would make a new motion to rescind the previous vote, get the second from the person who seconded, and then take a vote by the board to take away that vote, and then you may take action as you so please. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Hearing that and understanding where you were coming from earlier, Mr. Lee, I think you made the initial motion. Would you like to make a motion to rescind that vote?
I would. only because I think we should vote on it separately. So I would like to rescind that motion, make a new motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of I-7 and vote on that separately.
And I believe, Mr. Hunt, you were the second?
Well, I would include my rescind the original motion and second Mr. Lee's existing motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now vote on that revocation. Mr. Hunt?
Yes, ma'am.
Aye. Mr. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Aye.
Dr. Farouk?
Aye.
And I say aye. So that previous vote was rescinded, and now we will entertain Mr. Lee's new motion, which is the consent agenda minus item 7, I think it was, right? 7. Do I have a Mr. Lee motion? Do I have a second? Mr. Hunt seconds. Any further discussion on that? Then I will take the roll call vote for the consent agenda minus that one item. Mr. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
And I say yes. Okay. So we now have a vote of approval except for all items except for I-7. Now, do we have a motion for I-7?
I'd like to add something, Mrs. Alavi.
Yes, please, Ms. Kikish.
I just want to add, for the benefit of the board, that this negotiation process is a process, and it happens in good faith, and it happens under interest-based bargaining. And for us to not get that process validated through this MOU would send a negative message to our bargaining unit that we could be in regressive bargaining. That's just one. Of course, we can overcome that and explain the circumstances, but I just wanted the board to have that information. The other information is that we have an MOU, and if we were to vote on it now, it doesn't mean that things in it cannot change in the future. Things can still be flexible, just like Mr. Lee had mentioned. And I believe that the relationship that we have with our bargaining units is strong enough for us to go back to the table and adjust things that are not working. So I just wanted to offer that for the team and answer any further questions.
Thank you very much. Dr. Farouk.
I want to echo what Ms. Kikish said, because I definitely think it's important that we honor the collective bargaining process. The point that I want to raise, though, that's really important is that I'm being told directly by the leadership of the classified CSEA that they were not given those considerations of trade-offs on the start of the school year and so forth. And obviously there's some kind of breakdown of communication. So, I know that, again, we've had an extensive process to negotiate these things. And there's obviously a lot of issues beyond the start of the school date that was included in this. And I want to be respectful about that broader collective bargaining process. But there seems to be some kind of a gap or a breakdown, and moving forward that has to be addressed, and whether things need to be modified or adjusted moving forward, we need to be mindful of that. So that's my perspective on this.
Dr. Farouk, the classified unit MOU has not been finalized yet. We're still back at the table tomorrow and half a day on Thursday. And we'll continue to adjust and address these concerns as we go back. This is just the RCTA Memorandum of Understanding.
Right, but I'm just making a broader point that they're claiming that those, which is obviously a very material thing. I mean, if that discussion has not happened about the start of the school year, about the trade-offs, and we're in Tuesday right now and it's Monday coming up, I'm saying that's a problem. I mean, regardless of whether that's a formal agreement has been raised. I'm just saying, big picture wise, I want to honor the collective bargaining process, but I hope that we are mindful of those issues.
Yeah, and Dr. Farouk, I can assure you that we have been at the CSEA table last week too, and we are mindful, and there is an MOU that we have a straw design that we just can't bring forward until we've finalized some of the final points tomorrow.
Thank you, Ms. Ibarra. I will now entertain a motion for I-7. Does anyone care to make a motion? Mr. Lee.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kish, for that insight. I don't think my goal was not necessarily to put a motion together for I-7. It was just the procedural problem, I think, that we had to taking a vote before we heard from public comment. So that was my concern. And obviously there was some concerns, and since it's something we can vote on, it's something that we can discuss and staff can provide some clarification. So I think, again, because it's Tuesday and school starts on Monday, we have to come up with an MOU. So while, you know, I might have some reservations about some of the issues within the MOU, of course, I want to honor the collective bargaining process. And if this is something that's been negotiated through our process, then it's something we should be abiding by. I just want to make my concerns on the record that we need to be flexible and that we think this is a great plan, but we haven't tried it yet. So that I want to make sure that we're on the same page, that we're willing to revisit some of these items, especially in regards to how instruction is delivered once the school year gets underway. And it doesn't mean we have to wait a month or 2 months. It could be after a week, there's enough feedback to tell us it's not working, then we need to get back to the table. So that was the only thing I wanted to bring up by pulling that motion separately. And I'll make a motion when the time is right, but I see Ms. Lock-Dawson has a comment.
Ms. Lock-Dawson.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. You know, this is the thing that I've been pushing on the most, I think, is trying to move the school year up a little bit. I know some of the other districts have, you know, some other districts have made that decision to change their start date, and it's been somewhat fluid. But I also know that this has now been through a process where we have, I mean, I think I've asked about this 4 times now, and this is the first time I heard just the extent to which we bargained with our staff on this and our faculty, and I don't like it. I don't like it, and that's why I think I asked that by Labor Day, just within a few weeks, that we come back and we see how we're doing. I asked that at the last board meeting. I want to hear some reports on how this is all shaking out. It's just really imperfect. And there's something called adaptive management. And I think that's what we need to be doing here. We need to just keep this loop going where we're looking at how we're doing. And I'm happy to second Mr. Lee's motion. If you'd like to make it, Mr. Lee, I have the same concerns, and I think both Mr. Lee and Dr. Frug asked a lot of the same questions I had, but imperfect. So let's keep monitoring it.
Thank you, Ms. Lock-Dawson. I know you've asked that question about pushing the date for school back several times. I've heard it myself. And since it is a process and it is something that many people have to come together to make a decision on. It isn't something that we can just wave a magic wand right now and create, but I think Mr. Lee's point of flexibility is well taken. Mr. Lee, did you want to reiterate that motion?
I would like to make that motion to approve I-7, but a matter of procedure as well. I see Mr. Hunt is raising his hand.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hunt. No, I can't see. I can't see them.
You're on.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to interrupt. My father warned me about those headphones I got in high school. It's very hard for me to hear sometimes on this, but is just to settle it, because back on July 8th, Mrs. Alvey, you and I did talk about this, and about is Assistant Superintendent Ybarra, Chief Business Officer Kikish, is it just a dead in the road issue that we can move this date? I mean, my grandfather talked about you measure twice and you cut once. I mean, we're trying to move forward, and we all know it's imperfect. We all know we're doing the best we can, and I commend all of you, and I commend our 2 bargaining units. But is there any, so we can dispel or we can confirm, is there any possibility to get to the table and buy extra time in these most extraordinary of circumstances? This is not like any other year in the 140-something years of RUSD. What can possibly be done for these parents? I know our colleague, Mr. Lee, and thank you, Mr. Lee, has been working hard with community groups about childcare and all, but again, as several of the speakers said, we start Monday. So that's a long one, but just my question is there any route to get there?
So I'd like to answer that question. I think that's a very valid question. All districts are facing the same dilemma. Districts are having to open their schools with a lot of things unanswered and having to do the best that they can to negotiate the articles that are contractually obligated between the district and the bargaining units. We could always push the school as far as we want to. The thing is, the state has issued a Senate bill and had required the district to do their best to open on time, give instructional. We've been without instruction for quite some time. And the spring distant learning is not.
You're on mute, Maze.
Ms. Kakish, we lost you there.
I'm sorry, I touched the mute button, but I speak with my hands a lot, so it happens. What I was trying to say is that the state has issued a Senate bill to require district to get to agreements and start the instructional process as soon as possible for students, because of the fact that they have been, it's been 5 months since they really had the rigid regiment instructional program. And so that's what our district wanted to do. And that, if you think we're too early by opening up on August 10th, San Bernardino Unified, for example, opened up on Monday, yesterday. And they're trying their best to bring the best program to their team. So that's a 50,000 student district, and they've opened up yesterday, and they're right now working through the kinks of their agreements and working through the kinks of opening school for the first day. We're going to go through those growing pains the first week of school. I am confident that the staff at the negotiation table, the staff at the implementation table are going to be pivoting and are going to be adjusting things as they go along. But it's so important for us to connect with students. Delaying to connect with students one more week is just as devastating as opening it and trying some of what we have put in place as plans. So I think we need to open schools on time. We need to connect with students. We need to see where our gaps are, whether it's in technology, in hotspots, and programs and under enrollment, to see where our students are. Some of them might have left town. And we work through it. We have staff at the facilities that are projecting the enrollment and monitoring enrollment. We have staff at the educational program that are ready and eager to engage with their students. We have our parent center and their staff that are ready to engage with our parents. There's a lot of support. And as you know, our preschool director and myself are working on childcare and solving those issues with our city and community. There's a lot to do, and there's a lot that has been done, but this work did not come to you without every aspect being studied. And I think that will be confirmed by both presidents of our bargaining units. Now, I tell you, the concerns from classified that you hear, Dr. Farouk, is valid, because we're still at the table. There's so much more complications with some of the classifications because it's very diverse. It's not as easy as teachers. Teachers is one classification, right? And they're different levels, and they're, secondary versus elementary. And there's few things that we need to adjust in between the same classification. Classified are multiple classifications. Every one of them has to be studied for the job description that they'll be doing, the duties, how it's going to be adjusted under virtual reality, and how we're going to be able to accommodate their needs when it comes to their medical needs or their emotional needs or their technical needs. Some of our staff might need additional training in order for them to be doing something under COVID times that it's going to be different than a different time where we were in a normal setting. I can tell you that sitting at those tables, it's exhausting for both teams, because it's work that has not been done before. Or if it has been done, it has been done over a year. Like, we would take a year to discuss few classifications and adjust them and change job descriptions. We're having to do that in a few weeks period in order for us to be ready and be equitable, because you can't really just make the decisions for one or two classifications and not be able to be equitable with all classifications. So there's multiple layers of standards that we're working through at both tables. And some things are easier because the law dictates for credentialed employees things that are black and white. And it's not as black and white for classified. So, but I hear you, and I hear the fact that Mrs. Lock-Dawson alluded to the fact that we need more updates. We need a lot more detail to be sent. And so we will continue to do that. And as we change and pivot, we need to give you updates in a much timely manner.
Thank you for that very thorough answer. And I have no doubt that everyone has been working very diligently. You'll admit if we could go in a time machine, we'd go back and perhaps try to pick up some time. I don't know if this will be allowed by the legislature and collective bargaining, but, and I'm being pessimistic about this pandemic lasting into the next school year. I don't know, but is it possible to, and legal, and you don't have to answer this now, but to look into it, that there could be a clause put into both bargaining units that in the event of something like an earthquake as well, and these things, that we can negotiate together to extend more time. I'm just asking if that's something you would think about down the line. Is that possible?
Everything is possible, Mr. Hunt, and especially if we continue to work with the state and advocate for certain flexibility. As the state helps us get there, we will come back and work with our bargaining units.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Well, thank you, Mrs. Alvey. Thank you, CBO Kish.
Thank you. I'm going back to Mr. Lee again to ask for his motion.
I can.
Sorry about that. Yeah, motion to approve item I7 on the consent calendar.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Ms. Lock-Dawson seconds. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Mr. Hunt?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
And I say yes. So that item I7 does pass. Thank you. And now I'd like to take a short break till 6:30. That's just 5 minutes, but I think everyone could use just a 5-minute little break. So come back here at 6:30. We'll start again. Thank you. According to my watch, we are now back to order. Pulling the board back to order, please. Okay, do I see everybody there? Mr. Lee? Mr. Hunt?
Mrs. Alavi?
Yes.
Mr. Hunt needed to step away. He had that other conflict he mentioned at 6:30.
Yes. Thank you
He has come here.
very much. We will then proceed with our public hearings. We are going to hear item J1, which is a hearing regarding the Arlington High School Modernization Measure O project. Now is the time designated to receive comments from the public regarding the environmental impact report prepared for Arlington High School Modernization and New Construction Measure O project. We will open a public hearing, and if we could please have a brief presentation directed by our Assistant Superintendent of Operations, Mr. Sergio San Martin, after which we will receive comments from those wishing to speak to the proposed project. So, Mr. San Martin.
Thank you, President Alavi. Good evening. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Hanson. As the board is aware, the district is evaluating a project at Arlington High School that involves both modernization of existing buildings, new construction utilizing Measure O funds, and state funding. Next slide, please. The project includes the development of a brand new 10,000 square foot biomedical special education classroom building. This building includes 3 science labs, 3 special ed classrooms, 1 life skill classroom, a speech therapy, a sensory room, changing room, storage, and science prep areas. In addition, the project also includes a new 8,100 square foot auxiliary practice gymnasium. There's also improvements throughout the campus. There is a stadium improvements, which includes adding a brand new 2,000 square foot concession building with restroom buildings, the new stadium lightings with LED lightings, adding and expanding bleachers. At the home side, we're adding an additional 1,250 seats, totaling 2,000 seats for the home side, and adding also 1,000 seats on the visitor side, totaling 3,000 seating capacity at the stadium, existing stadium. As I mentioned, there's also modernization scope of work throughout the campus. There's an existing media arts building that we're looking at modernizing. There's also exterior work, ADA path of travel. There's curb appeal in front of the school. There's work in the administration office and also in the quad area and throughout the campus. Next slide, please. This slide is a graphic or an illustration of what I just described. The buildings in blue, A, B, C, D, and E are the new scope of work, the brand new buildings. A, B are the added bleachers. C is a new ticketing or concession building with the restrooms. D is the brand new auxiliary practice gym, and E is the new biomedical special ed classroom. 1, 2 are one is the pool area that is going to get some improvements and upgrades. Number 2 is the existing media center that's getting modernized. And then you can see throughout the campus, there's some color areas where the upgrades and improvements are also being proposed, or actually we're working on. Next slide, please. In terms of the California Environmental Quality Act process, which is known by CEQA, this project started over a year ago with developing the project description, that's what this graphic shows, establishing if this is a project that needs to go through the CEQA process. There was early on environmental analysis through the initial studies section of the process. During that we determined that this is a project that needs to move forward through the CEQA process, and it was recommended to move forward with an environmental impact report. A notice of preparation was circulated for 30 days to state agencies, neighbors within the Arlington neighborhood, local agencies. And we moved forward with the preparation of this report. The draft environmental impact report was completed and it was circulated and made available to the public and also our local agencies, about 15 agencies in California that have an opportunity to provide us with comments. And that took about 45 days. Currently, we are now in the final EIR, which we received several comments from 2 agencies. We've responded to those comments, and now this is the document that we have before you in our agenda. We're moving it out tonight for public hearing and then certifying the document itself. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the notice of preparation was circulated for 30 days. The notice of availability of the draft environmental impact report was circulated for 45 days, starting from April 29 through June 15. We received 2 comments from 2 agencies. One is South Coast Air Quality Management District, or AQMD. Their comments focused on potential emissions, impacts to within the school site in the project. Part of their comments had to do with the way they calculate their emissions. And part of our response was through the EIR, in the final EIR, included that we have in the CEQA document, a health risk assessment was prepared, which addressed those types of impacts, those emissions. And we also informed IQMD that our schools and our calculations were based on school hours from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. in peak hours, not a 24-hour calculation as AQMD conducts their analysis. The second letter that we received was from the city of Riverside. And their concerns were traffic, parking, noise, and lighting impacts. We responded through our final EIR that we have improvements. We are replacing existing lights with LED lights throughout the campus. In terms of noise, our environmental consultants use what is called a sound plan software. And this is a noise modeling software that in the industry is accepted. These algorithms are accepted in using these types of calculations, and that should suffice of how our document concluded its findings in terms of noise. In terms of traffic, we do agree with the city, and we are going to work with the city in developing a traffic and parking management plan, which it'll be reviewed with the city traffic staff and our staff after the project is completed and before the first big event there at Arlington. Next slide, please. The environmental impact report includes 20 areas of environmental analysis, and you have them here listed. I'm not going to go through each one of them, but the good news is that as we went through those mandated studies included in the report, the findings came back that there is no impact or less than significant impact, which let us move to the next level on this report. Next slide. The recommendation, what we're asking the board tonight, is to conduct a public hearing, which we're in that part of the section right now, the agenda, and in the action area to adopt the final EIR resolution and giving staff direction to file a notice of determination starting tomorrow. Thank you. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to now ask whether there has been any public comments submitted for this item from the public?
No, not for this item, Mrs. Alley.
Okay, then I will let the board know that we will be discussing this further under the action agenda, and I will close this particular public hearing. And we will open our item J2, which is another public hearing. This is a public hearing prior to the adoption of resolution number 2020-21-33, authorizing conveyance of 2 easements to the city of Riverside for the purposes of providing necessary sanitary, sewer facilities, and storm drain facilities to Fremont Elementary School. Mr. San Martin.
Thank you, President Alavi. This evening, the board will be considering the proposed conveyance of 2 easements at Fremont Elementary School. Future improvements and construction at Fremont Elementary School require certain sewer and storm drain facilities owned by the city of Riverside to be relocated. At the last meeting on July 21st, the board adopted a resolution resolution of necessity, which
over here, you know.
it was which prepared us to bring to you this public hearing as part of the statutory process. Next slide, please. So this next slide is an aerial of the existing Fremont Elementary School. It's color coded by the first section is we have the red line, as in that's the sewer existing line that currently exists at Fremont. And then we have the yellow line that crosses through the campus, and that's the existing storm drain, existing easements that we have with the city. What we're proposing is to relocate part of those easements or those laterals to what that section that is in white, and that's about a 400 linear easement that will be relocated towards the property line away from the center of the play field, where we're looking there at putting a new 2-story building there through Measure O funds and state funding. This will give us the ability, as we relocate those funds, those lines and those existing easements, it'll facilitate our engineers to plan on using that area for that future construction that's taking place. The next slide, please. This next slide just separates the existing easements with the proposed relocation. On the screen, you'll see the storm drain existing easement, which is the yellow line that you can see crossing the campus. The green line, that's the portion that will be relocated and eliminating that portion of yellow that's within that 400-foot run. That easement there is about 8 feet, just under 8 feet width, with a 400-foot linear run. The next easement is the sewer, and you can see that yellow line, that's the existing sewer that runs again just across from street to street on Fremont. And we're doing the same thing, proposing to relocate that part of the sewer next to where the storm drain. And this is a 10-foot width easement, and again, 400 feet linear distance. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is just more of a close-up of the proposed relocation with dimensions and a parcel maps. Same information, nothing new. Next slide. And I believe that concludes the presentation, Ms. Alvey. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments submitted for this item from people who wish to make comments?
We do not, Mrs. Alavi.
Okay. Do we have any written comment?
I can comment on this. We haven't received any written protest for this specific item, Ms. Alvey.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, Mr. Hunt, we're going to be talking about this again in action calendar. So at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing and we can move forward on the action agenda.
Mrs. Alavi, we have one comment for K1 on the action agenda.
Excellent, because we are now at K1. So K1 is recommended Board of Education that we adopt a resolution for the final environmental impact report and finding of fact covering the Arlington High School modernization. So now we are to the action item that accompanies the public hearing. Ms. Reno Frosto, you want to go ahead and read that public comment?
Yes, Mrs. Alavi. The comment is, can I ask why the health office in this school is not being upgraded? The area is not a workable space to be able to keep an eye on each student in this space. Walls could easily be taken down so that it could be a big usable space. Please consider adding this to the reconstruction of this school.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the person who made that comment. And now we will open it up to the board for any discussion on item K1, discussing the EIR for Arlington. Mr. Hunt, did you have a comment?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Mr. Sam Martin, I don't recall this coming before the operations committee, but normally something like this would. Can you help me there? And is this due to the Mr. Guthrie's project across the street?
We're talking about Arlington right now?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a hard time. He's bringing me some speakers. I very much apologize.
Okay, no problem. We'll talk about Arlington first, and then we'll talk about the Fremont project. Is there any comment about the Arlington EIR? I have one question, Mr. San Martin. When you get the letters from the air quality management and the city, and you write back to them or you give them the reasons why we feel that we have covered their concerns, do you hear back from them to know whether or not they're satisfied with those answers, or are we still left in limbo with these organizations?
That's a great question, President Alavi. Part of the final document, we start with a draft document, and when it turns into a final, it includes the responses that our professional environmental consultant provide us and our staff. We submit and provide them with a copy of the final document to AQMD, the city, and our local agencies, and give them an opportunity to respond. We have in the audience with us, we have also our environmental consultant, Ms. Alice Houseworth. She's with PlaceWorks, and she can probably expand on that. Alice, can you unmute yourself and maybe help me with this response?
Hi. Yes, the response to comments was sent to AQMD and the city, and with that, a notice that the public hearing would be available on the district's website and for them to check, and they have the opportunity to show up at this meeting and voice additional comments if they wanted to.
Thank you, Ms. Houseworth.
I just wondered if their concerns were mitigated, I guess is what I'm asking.
When Ms. Houseworth, our environmental consultant, reviews the comments specifically from AQMD, they have their scientists, and maybe you can expand, Alice, that they review those comments and they provide a response that falls within the rules of CEQA guidelines. If there's anything that cannot, or is new information that changes our calculations, then we would then have to recirculate the report itself. Our findings and the recommendation from our scientists and their response was that there wasn't any new information. The EIR includes adequate calculations that should suffice AQMD. AQMD could have also submitted additional written comments, or could have been part of their responses here in this public hearing, but they haven't done that. So I think that our response has been sufficient at this point.
Right.
Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi, and thank you, Mr. San Martin. Ms. Houseworth, may I ask, and certainly Mr. San Martin, was ALUC involved in this at all? Are we in the ALUC area for Arlington? That's Airport Land Use Commission, I'm sorry.
No, I knew what it was.
Well, no, I'm just talking to the folks out there.
Okay.
I appreciate that. How about, did we fall under the new VMT with this that brings out the greenhouse gases, or was this before that was installed?
The VMT question is part of the CEQA questions. So we did include an analysis of that.
And it did not cause the greenhouse gas to flutter up.
It does not increase vehicle miles traveled. That's true.
All right.
It actually reduces it.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
It reduces vehicle miles traveled.
All right. And as Mrs. Alavi has gone over, the questions were answered, but I wonder, Mr. San Martin, if you could just go back for our neighbors there, our stakeholders, what was the concern with the lights? Is that little cul-de-sac to the east, or where are we talking about?
The concern that the city had in their comments was if they weren't clear if we were adding more lights and not replacing existing lights. Our response to them was that we are replacing existing lights in the fields. In addition, we are adding some lights to the stadium, and these are state-of-the-art systems, LED systems that actually reduce the spill of light outside of the property line.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Alavi. When you're ready, I would be honored to make a motion.
Thank you. Do we have any further comments from the board on this item? All right, Mr. Hunt, you may make a motion.
Well, on behalf of the Arlington Lions, who have been waiting a long time, and Mrs. Allaby, remember when I first came on the board, Measure B had about $10 million for each of our high schools for their athletic fields. And for some reason it had 1.2. With Mrs. Allaby and Dr. Beatty's help, we changed that. And this brings Arlington High School very much forward and competitive. And so I would be glad to make a motion and thank the staff for their work on this and including our consultants. Motion to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Farouk seconds. I'll do a roll call. Mr. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
And I say yes, so that is good to go ahead to the next step for the Arlington project. So that is good news. And now we will tackle item K2. Item K2 has to do with, Mr. Hunt, the Fremont project that you were referencing earlier. It is for the resolution to authorize conveyance of 2 easements to the City of Riverside for the purposes of providing necessary sanitary sewer facilities and storm drain facilities to Fremont Elementary School. So we will now open that up for discussion. Mr. Hunt, did you have a comment for that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate it. So does this have to do, we know that Mr. Guthrie and his partners are doing quite a mixed use retail housing across the street. Did this necessitate this, or do we have an opportunity in what they're doing with the sewer, or just help us lead us to where we were? And I made a mistake. It did come before us. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hunt, for your question. You know, this has to do with our project, our Measure O project at Fremont Elementary. There we're looking at adding new buildings, removing portables, modernizing that campus. We have also in the audience Mr. Roger Clark, who's our architect on the project, who can expand a little bit more on that. And I also want to thank our legal counsel, Jeff Hoskinson, who's been helping us with the statutory process of granting easements and forming easements. In this case, we have an existing easement, 2 existing easements. We have a storm drain and a sewer that exists, right? And it crosses in the middle of the campus in the fields where we are proposing to build a brand new building there and parking and so forth. It's not wise, and maybe Mr. Clark can expand and give us more of a reasoning wise, but it's not wise to build a 2-story building on top of existing utilities, old utilities. That would not be wise. So part of what we're trying to do is to relocate those easements, that part of those laterals away from future building, going around that project so that we can move forward with our project starting next year as we move into construction. So what we're doing is relocating existing easements. They're not new. The 2 new easements of that portion will still be granted to the city, and the city is the owner of those facilities. Roger, are you there? Maybe you can expand a little bit more on the project, Mr. Clark.
So good evening, President Allaby, members of the board, staff. During the investigation at the site, we found the existing sewer and storm drain that ran underneath the area where the new building was going. And so we basically had no choice but to relocate those or else relocate the building. And so it was much more efficient and cost effective to just move these around the edge of the building where you see it in the new easement. And so we're basically just rerouting the sewer and the storm drain around the end of the building and then reconnecting it back up to the line further into the site where it won't be affected by the construction. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about that.
Any questions on behalf of the board?
I would, if I may, just Mr. San Martin and Mr. Clark, you know how sometimes we want to remind folks, how old is Fremont and this sewer system we will be moving the laterals on?
I believe it's approximately 70 years old, and so you're replacing an outdated line, and so you're making an improvement to your site at the same time with this construction.
And so some of those were not even mapped as we saw that, but it really wasn't something that occurred because of Mr. Guthrie's project across the street. It really had nothing to do with that.
Thank you for clarifying that as well. Thank you, Mr. Sam Martin.
Is there any further comment from the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion for K2, which is this approval of the conveyance of the 2 easements for the sewer and the storm drain.
So move, Mrs. Alavi, if you will.
Thank you.
I'll
Ms.
second.
Thank you, Ms. Lock-Dawson. It's been moved in second. I'll do a roll call. Mr. Hunt,
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson,
Yes.
Dr. Farouk,
Yes.
and I say yes. So that is approved and we'll go ahead. And now we've come upon item 3, which is the recommended approval of the 45-day revision to the 2021 budget. Ms. Kakish.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and our esteemed audience. This is probably the exciting item for the evening. As we have been talking about flexibility and having to anticipate changes from the state, this item is due to one of these circumstances. The state usually gives the district a great picture of how the budget for the next fiscal year in what they call a May revised budget by the governor. And so when we adopted our budget for this school year, which is 2021 school year, we had based our assumptions based on the May revision. Since that, the state had adopted their budget on July 1st, and it was drastically different from what we had been told through the May revision report. And so by law, there's a requirement if there's a material change to revenue that the school districts update their budget within 45 days of the adoption of the state budget and bring it for approval through the County Office of Education and ultimately at the state level. So it's called the 45-day budget revision. And that's what this report is about today. So what we're concentrating on is really showing you the differences between the adopted budget back in June, on June 16th, when you saw it last, and where we're at now. And so the first slide tells you the actual ed code that requires us to do so. Next slide, please. And this one summarizes the differences. So I'm going to go through the main one is really the 10% reduction. If you remember me back in June thinking that the budget was dire and we were not really meeting our reserve requirements that is mandated by AB 1200, and it requires the districts to have a reserve balance at the 2% level for school district our size in the third year in a multi-year projection. And again, we were not meeting that back when we adopted the budget. That 10% reduction in revenue has been lifted and changed. And so now they are proposing for this year that the only cut to our revenue would be through the cost of living adjustment elimination. So they have eliminated cost of living adjustment for all 3 years in the multi-year projection. And so that drastically changed our revenue, at least for this year, by $30 million that we were thinking we will be cut, and it was back and added to the revenue. There was also an increase in coronavirus relief funds. We had anticipated 27 million from the CARES Act and approximately 8 million from the ESSER dollars, which is the elementary and secondary schools relief. And that both of these pots of money were increased by approximately $8 million. And there was a little bit of a reduction to the increase in the base rate for special education. It's still positive, it's still an increase. It was just a different, a smaller difference. And then we also have changed the increase to the routine restricted maintenance contribution. That is a requirement. If we're in the state facilities program, we have to keep the routine restricted maintenance at the 3% level of our budget. And once the budget had the relief dollars from coronavirus, And the requirement now that you spend these dollars for COVID relief, for anything that has been affected in our district from COVID-19 impact, we have now these dollars to mitigate and help the district overcome some of these challenges. And so with that, we've added in the restricted accounts expenditures that we are projecting to do. We don't know all of the detail of it, but we know in the areas where they will happen. So for example, the staffing formulas that we adhere to when we open the school year for secondary and elementary schools, back before when we opened all of our schools fully at the same level of enrollment would have been sufficient. But at this time, now that we have different options and different choices for our students, we will have to add and adjust those allocations accordingly. That's just one example. There's a lot of other supports that we will need to do as far as facilities, safety, and cleanliness issues. And it could impact staffing also. And so we will come back to you around the time that we would bring to you the actual new requirement by SB 98 to have a learning continuity and attendance plan, and bring back to you some of these categories that we will spend these dollars on. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of the assumptions. And as you see, you've seen this slide before. The only changes to this slide is the cost of living adjustment suspension. And you see that there is no 10% reduction to the revenue. Let's go down to the next slide. So that's our revenue right now. So it looks like we're receiving a lot more dollars than the previous year. On a normal case scenario, we always receive more under the cost of living adjustment. This is not the same case. These dollars are strictly due to the COVID dollars, and the COVID relief dollars are one-time dollars. So we can only spend them this year, and we have to spend them by December 31st of this year. And so it makes it look like we have a lot more dollars, but they're targeted and they will be spent on COVID relief. Let's go to the next slide. So this is a pie chart to give you a visual that this year, a significant portion of our revenue is from COVID-19 relief funds, 7.83% of our budget. And next slide. This is our expenses. And as you see, we've also increased expenditures so we can actually spend those dollars. Now, we were already, because of cost of living adjustment decrease, we were already deficit spending. And so deficit spending meaning that we're spending more than what we have received in revenue. But now we look that we're deficit spending a lot more, but that's because the revenue has been added and the expenditures for that particular purpose are going to be one-time expenditures. So once this $42 million worth of expenditures go away, we're still going to be probably having to adjust our budget for the future years, but this year would be okay. Because again, these expenditures have to be one-time in nature. And so if we actually do that, we don't have to worry about cutting that in the next subsequent years. Next slide. So this slide is just a pie chart of the categories of our expenditures. So you'll see the percentage of our budget. And you're used to this slide, and it didn't really change much except for the COVID additional expenditures. And then the next slide. So this is where we start looking at multi-year projections. And so for the 2021-22 school year, you can see that our revenue is decreased back because we took all of the COVID relief revenue out. And then it stays at that same level for the third year because there is no cost of living adjustment. So they're not, and this is the reason why it stays at the same level, because the state will pay us based on the ADA for the previous year. So it's the same exact amount. We're hoping that they keep that. Of course, anything could change at the state level with any severe impact to their revenue. But at this point, they have not said that they will reduce that. And then for our fund balance, we would project this year, if you remember, and we added it as a column here, 2021 was going to be ending with a fund balance of 54.4. That's been adjusted because of some of the reduction in the cuts, and we are projecting to have 66.5 million in the fund balance. In the next 2 years, that will go down because of deficit spending to 18.9. It is still around the 4% that we had put as a policy for our district, but I want to give you a little bit of detail on the restricted and the unrestricted dollars in the next 2 slides. So the next slide is unrestricted. And as you see, they're lower because the restricted dollars are not part of that. So 36 million is what we have projected back at the adopted budget. It had increased to 48.4, and then it goes down to 38.2 and to 11.2. So it makes us look right now in this budget that we are going to be okay for the 3 years. Now, that would be great if this were to happen. The reality is the cuts that the state have, or the governor had tried to do were real. The legislator and through negotiations did not allow him to do that because they had several things that were unknown. One of them was the tax receipts from 2019 with the extension of the tax deadline. And then the federal dollars from the stimulus packages at the federal level. A lot of different things that were not finalized by July 1st prevented the legislators from adopting a budget with real impact to districts. So what I'm predicting and planning for is the January budget for next year that will be issued by the governor will probably give us a much clearer picture about the future budget for even this year, because back in the previous recession, when some of the reality of their projections came true, they had to impact the year that they're in. So in January, when we project the next year's budget, they can actually adopt some cuts and mid-year cuts to this year. So we will be monitoring very closely, and we'll bring you back updates as we move forward. The next slide is the restricted, and there is really no impact on the ending fund balance because any revenue we added to the restricted side, we projected to spend it by December 31st. Then the next slide. At this point, it gives you the components of the fund balance and what which category we actually are going to designate it. So as I said earlier, 54.3 million. Now the new amount is 66.5 million approximately. And the components of it are non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned. Those are categories that are declared by the state. And so in the next few slides, you'll see the components of each one of those categories. Let's go to non-spendable. And these are the categories. Next slide is restricted. This slide did not change. As you see the total on that slide. Can you go back to that slide for a second? This slide has the same amounts that you've seen back in June. The next slide is the committed. This is where we added the dollars that were as a result of less cuts. We put it in the contingency reserves because we are worried about mid-year cuts. Let's go to the next slide. This is the assigned category. And that one did not change also. Next slide. This is the unassigned, which is the reserve for economic uncertainties. And that grew because it's also a function of a percentage of the budget. So if you put more expenses in the budget, you have to set aside a bigger reserve. And then we go to the next slide. What I wanted to, this is an additional slide that we added this year. As you know, Mrs. Alavi in particular, serving on the finance committee also with Mr. Hunt, have always looked at the cash flow and how the cash flow impact on our us making our obligations for the month. And usually what we do is we prepare that report and we bring it, we publish it and we bring it also, and we reference it because there's usually no issue with cash when you have a healthy fund balance reserve. This year is different because part of the budget, when I was talking about the elimination of the cut, because it was not real, there is a reduction to revenue. The problem is the state did not want to acknowledge it. And if you don't acknowledge that and you're in denial, you have to fix it somehow in the budget by fixing the cash. So they solved a budget problem with a cash solution. And their cash solution is starting February of 2021, they will defer our apportionments. And they did this, this graph demonstrates their plan is to take February apportionment and give it to the district in November of the next fiscal year. They take the March and they give it to the districts in October, and April they give it in September, May to August, and June to July. So as you see, 5 months worth of an apportionment, big chunk of our money that is owed to us under the local control funding formula will be sent to us in the next fiscal year. If anybody remembers the Enron accounting, this is exactly the Enron accounting, because we're setting up an accounts receivable for the state to receive those dollars in this fiscal year, and they are not setting up an accounts payable on their end because they want to balance their budget with a cash solution. And so I hope this made sense. I know it's a little bit complex to talk about funds versus cash, but this particular creative accounting that they're doing has caused us to actually stop and look at our cash a lot more closely. So the next slide, if we can go to the next slide. I don't know what happened. Can you hear me, Mrs. Alavi?
I can hear you.
Okay, something happened with my equipment. So this slide shows you for this fiscal year, half of the year from July to December, we're going to be okay cash-wise, and we have a black number at the end of the day in our bank. The next 6 months for the year, if we can go to the next slide, you can see as of February, when they start not sending us the money, our fund balance would go down to 5 million. So it means for February, we'll be able to make payroll. We'll be able to make all of our payments for that, whether it's utilities, insurance, and all of the regularly scheduled payments. But starting March, we will not be able to meet our obligations if we don't find a solution. And that number grows from 17 million, because they're deferring all of these months to the next year, to 82 million in June. And so with that, as we project these numbers, we're working collaboratively with the Riverside County Office of Education and the 23 districts in Riverside County. And we are going out collaboratively for a tax revenue anticipation notes. And with doing it collaboratively will help us save on cost of issuance and just get the cash in a timely manner. And so we feel like we'll be able to have a successful process for that and be able to mitigate this. This is something that every district in California is having to do. And it's going to be monitored closely to make sure that our number one priority is to meet our obligations, especially to our employees and our contractors and our service providers. We are also, as we move through this process, we'll continue to work with the state to see how we can mitigate this. And the state is trying to find solutions statewide too. So at this point, I'll stop and answer any questions from the board.
Ms. Kakish, do you have any concerns at all that we would have any trouble finding loans to fulfill those short-term months?
I don't. Actually, one of the things that I am going to do and work with is that we have an opportunity to borrow from our own internal funds also. And so if there's any reserves that we have, for example, our insurance program, we're self-insured, and there might be some dollars that are required to be in reserve under the actuary studies. We might be able to mitigate some of that and not borrow up to the $82 million and save some dollars on borrowing. It depends on when the premiums are due and how we are working with our JPAs to also defer some of these payments. This thing happened also back in the previous recession. We worked with our partners. We scheduled our payments accordingly to minimize the impact on how much borrowing we do to save some dollars. But we will have a solution, and failure is not an option.
That's for sure. Any questions on behalf of the board? I can't see you very well, so if you've got one. Okay, Dr. Farouk.
Thank you. So I really want to commend Ms. Kakish for her diligence on this. Every school district in California is facing this issue because of, like as she stated, the cash flow in terms of the deferments of how the state funds are going to be distributed to school districts. And the Treasurer's Office had set up financing to help all the school districts throughout the state, address these cash flow issues. And I was really impressed when I found that through the leadership of Ms. Kakish and all of the school districts at our county level, we actually have set up just locally more favorable terms than even what the state treasurer's office was able to set up for all the school districts, for California. So I think that's a real boon from a taxpayer standpoint, from our local community, that we've been able, through our leadership, have been able to provide that kind of competitive solution. So one, I wanted to just acknowledge Ms. Kakish and efforts to do that. The other point I just want to make is there's one of the rare areas of bipartisanship right now in Congress is that this upcoming stimulus is going to include funding for schools, new funding. And obviously the specifics have not been worked out yet, but I just want to know from staff, from your perspective, where, assuming again that does move forward, which it seems like it will, where would that priority be levied? Like, how would we as a district prioritize whatever the amount of funds that we would receive from that stimulus?
Being a district that's high in free and reduced, federal government usually favors free and reduced, and I would say needy communities first. And so I believe that we will be actually advantageous when it comes to that. But things could change because advocacy groups, we were already advantageous district, the district that would take advantage, I would say, under the previous proposal. And that one moved and changed. And so I really won't count on it until it happens, but I believe our district would still benefit and be a winner under both proposals.
Okay, and even if those funds are restricted to COVID-19 exclusively, how would we prioritize those areas of need?
So we're working together with the educational team and the business team, and of course through our bargaining contracts requirement. Most likely what they have sent for those dollars is really going to be spent on COVID relief, because of the fact that the changes that we're doing, the options that we're having to offer, and the need for adjustments at the facilities level, all of these areas are going to be costly, and they will be mitigated through those dollars. So I feel blessed that we are supported by the federal and the state, and our governor is probably, from what I heard, is the only governor that actually gave the state portion to K-12 education. Not many states did that. And so we're very, very fortunate to have been send these dollars, even with the restrictions, because we're having to spend it anyway in that manner because of the impact on our district from facilities, allocation of staffing, the changes that we're having to do, the new training that we're having to do. So I believe we might be able to even do more. For example, if we need to help some of our city and stakeholders' interest in creating learning hubs in our community, in the event distant learning take longer than what we wish it to, we'll be able to help subsidize some of these costs.
Thank you for those responses.
Thank you very much. Are there any other further questions? If not, I will entertain a motion for K-3 to approve the 45-day budget.
I'll motion to approve.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I will do a roll call vote. Mr. Hunt has stepped away for his
emergency that he had, so we will just skip Mr. Hunt. Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson? Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
And I say yes. So that does pass and the 45-day budget is approved. Thank you, Ms. Kakish. That was very well stated. And now we will look to item K4, which is a variable term waiver for the speech language pathology professional program requirements. Ms. Ibarra.
Yes, good evening, President Alavi, Dr. Hanson, and members of the board. I'm going to bring to you actually 3 variable term waivers, and I'm going to describe the process right now. The Commission on Teacher Credentialing has had the authority to issue these waivers. Each year you see I bring to you the different candidates that fall within that. These documents have to do with the educator preparation and the credentialing, and with the ability for us as employers to then be able to employ or assign a person who's not appropriately credentialed in their assignment. But there's different reasons why they can't be. And so the variable term waivers give us that flexibility to cover the assignment when a fully credentialed candidate, qualified credentialed candidate, cannot be found. And so as I describe each one of these, you will see why. These waivers will allow for us as the employer to meet the staffing needs while still searching for individuals who either hold the appropriate credential or who qualify for one of the available assignment options of that assignment. So this really allows the individual to basically complete the program as they're following under that waiver. So tonight we have 4 employees who are seeking waivers in 3 different areas. I'm going to ask the board to take action on each one of these 3 areas. I just wanted to give you the brief overview of what the variable term was for each one, so then I didn't have to stop. So the first one, K4, is recommended that the Board of Education approve the request for a variable term waiver, Education Code 44265.3 for the speech and language pathologist professional program requirements. And this individual will require the variable term waiver to waive the paraprofessional preparation program requirements for the speech and language under an ed code that allows for us to do this. And candidates are currently enrolled in a CTC approved program. So I do need for this first one, we do recommend taking action to approve it, please.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Then I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Lock-Dawson. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I'll do a roll call. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
I say yes. So that doesn't pass. And now, Ms. Ibarra, you're going to go on and talk about the CTC waiver?
Yes, K5 is the second one. It's recommended that the Board of Education approve the request for a variable term waiver under Ed Code 44252B for the CBEST waiver. This is a individual requires and upon approval will be employed on a variable term waiver for the basic skills requirement or CBEST exam under Ed Code 4452B. And so we have one individual that teaches the American Sign Language that would qualify for this waiver. And tonight we do bring it forward, asking for you to please take action.
Thank you. Any discussion? Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
So moved by Dr. Farouk.
Second.
Mr. Lee seconds. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll do a roll call. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson? I think that's a yes.
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
And I say yes. All right, Ms. Ibarra, please move on.
Yes, thank you very much. As you see, these are very unique positions that these individuals hold. So the last one is we recommend that the Board of Education approve the request for available term waiver Ed Code 44253.22, or excuse me, 11, and that falls under the CCSD waiver. So the CCSD waiver allows the holder of the designated subject credential to serve English language learners during their term of the waiver. Both of these candidates are ROTC instructors, so it does not come within their program. So the CTC does allow for us to have this ability to bring to you for action.
Excellent. Any discussion? Can I entertain a motion? Dr. Farouk, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lock-Dawson. I'll do a roll call. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Dawson,
Yes.
Dr. Farouk,
Yes.
and I say yes, so that does pass.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ibarra. And now we are to a report and a discussion on item L1, which is the opening of schools in our COVID-19 report. And I will first ask for Ms. Reno Frosto or Ms. Dr. Deanda to give us some public input for that item.
Good evening, Mrs. Alavi. Thank you very much. We're going to begin this item with a public comment from a guest on Zoom, Kristen Songbird.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I know a lot of this was discussed earlier, but I would like to bring it back up again. I'm writing on behalf of some parents and teachers. I would really like the board to consider postponing the opening day of school by at least 1 week. As of today, most of my kids' school's teachers still don't even know what grade they are teaching and no clue who is in their class. They will find out barely in time for the school to start how they're supposed to learn a new grade and be ready to teach by the 10th. I personally want my kids' teacher to be prepared and maybe even give us a call to introduce them and let us parents know how the distance learning is going to go. Our teachers deserve some extra time to get ready to start the 2021 school year. I think it was Ms. Ibarra who mentioned earlier that this cannot happen because you have to change the days. My suggestion is to postpone it by 1 week and add the extra week to the end of the school year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Frosto?
Yes, we will now begin with the written comments.
Thank you.
Our first one from Gina Dewar. We are in a new crisis and the stress is unlike anything teachers have experienced. Let me try to help you understand. It is like a pilot who has had X amount of years of flying. On July 28th, he was given a task to fly a new plane. He has heard about it and has read a few manuals on how to fly it. The pilot is required to take flight on August 10th, not sure what time the flight takes place or even where he is flying to. So the pilot cannot prepare a good landing in his brain. The pilot cannot make predictions to the weather conditions and determine what type of risk is involved. The pilot is responsible for the lives of so many patrons, but isn't even clear on how many will be on the flight. The pilot's communication tower is constantly changing. Dispatchers and the dispatchers are unsure of the answers they have given. The pilot isn't sure if he will have any flight attendants to help care for the patrons. He is just planning on doing it alone. The CEOs of his company are ensuring everything is going to be okay and reminds him that he is a professional and they are making sure everything is going to run smoothly. Yet, those CEOs will not have the responsibility of the safety of the patrons on his flight. And if the plane crashes, the CEOs will put out a statement saying that the plane crashed due to an error. The CEOs will continue to speak about how they provided the materials and training needed for a safe flight. The pilot union will also make a statement that they did not want to change the flight date because it would require a change in the contract due to the short notice that there isn't time for that. So the union doesn't even consider the idea of a flight date change and says to him that it would be a lot better for everyone to take the flight. Lily Din Wu, a 9/11 survivor and principal of a school at Ground Zero, once said, "When we do the right thing, people follow." As she spoke about leading through a crisis, Lily Din Wu talked about how it is never too late for leaders to make a sudden change. A good leader will notice when we need to pivot and take action. An example of bad leadership reminds me of Pickett's charge, which took place on the third day of the bloodiest battle at Gettysburg. If you are unaware of Pickett's charge, it was a well-trained and educated leader arrogantly putting his infantry on the battlefield. These soldiers failed because they were not prepared. It was very similar to what is currently happening with our educators. Loyal educators are the ones who are put in the front lines, supporting each other, doing what their leaders are telling them to do. But it will be those same teachers taking the fall for being unprepared. Please do not put us in battle right now. Board members, I encourage you to consider changing the start date to September 1st so that teachers can prepare. I also encourage the RUSD and board members to apply for a California waiver to open up the schools and continue with the 5 days a week in-person plan. We need leadership more than ever because as of now, RUSD is taking flight into a storm. Thank you for your time. Our next comment from an RUSD parent. The district has demonstrated its commitment to constant and consistent communication with the community. While I have appreciated the continued focus on communication with families during this time, it is my understanding that all students would continue to feel included as part of their homeschool community. Unfortunately, the current messages from schools seems to bend more towards in-person students and families, leaving virtual and home-based students looking in. If schools are going to bend toward in-person students, then who would virtual families and students look toward for community, for concerns, for questions? Most importantly, who would be the principal for the virtual students for any school community? And our next comment, who developed the in-person schedule? The live instruction needs to occur in one time block like the virtual schedules. I do not want to get my 4 kids on and off meetings all day. It is really a struggle. Next, if you were a student, a parent, or a teacher, if you were to ask a student, a parent, or a teacher to describe Ramona in one word, odds are they would say either family or community. These communities have been ripped in two with little concern for the consequences. When the numbers began flowing in on which choices parents had made, it was apparent that Ramona was about to lose 45% of our students to the programs that were not Ramona-based. I've watched in horror as colleague after colleague was informed that they were no longer based at Ramona and were now RVS. They had no choice. No one was first asked if they would voluntarily go to virtual when it was determined that we needed so many more teachers to be moved to that option than had already asked to be switched. We lost almost 50% of our staff. Today, we learned our assignments. Most have been given classes that we had no way of knowing about yesterday. Many have never taught one of the classes. Now you must get up to speed on making sure we are ready to go in less than a week. It is clear that you as a board do not value us as professionals. You have set us up to fall short in helping our students when we need to be ready for them. You are now causing unnecessary anxiety and trauma. You could have avoided this by simply starting with distance learning for all. Informing families that rigor would be there, students would not have the experiences necessary to continue learning, and accountability would exist for all of us. Unlike the end of last year when students were held harmless. I talked with a student after they found out that to go to virtual meant no longer having teachers that they know and they love, and they have made connections with. It means that the students that they know would not necessarily be in their class, since it would be students from all over the district. Isn't that what we should be paying attention to? Personal connection at this time of COVID? This breaking of connections causes trauma. You are the cause of even more trauma in our kids' lives. It could have so easily been avoided. You are better than this. Our next comment. Good afternoon. I am a resident in the Riverside Unified School District. I have attended the past 3 meetings and write in today to speak directly to the board. School board members, last Friday, Dr. Fauci said the following to the American Federation of Teachers. In many respects, unfortunately, though this may sound a little scary and harsh, is that you're going to actually be part of the experiment of the learning curve of what we need to know. Please note the term experiment. To state differently, open schools are a testing ground. How many will get sick? Let's test to find out. How many will pass disease onto family members? Let's test to find out. How many will die? Shall we test? The answer is no, not with our children, not with our teachers, not with our support staff, not parents, grandparents, brothers or sisters. No, we must not allow Riverside Unified School District to become a petri dish and our children glorified lab rats. It is necessary that we have a cluster first? Let LA and Orange County or many of the other states be the test. Be honest and realistic with your constituents. Remind them that this is a 100-year disaster. Remind them that you agree that learning best happens in schools, but traditional classrooms are not safe. When the 5 of you decided to join public service, was it because you wanted to support and guide your community? Now is your chance. It is very rare that an elected school board official is given power to decide life and death issues. Please treat your decisions as such and take care of our community. Thank you, a friend of Riverside and RUSD. Next, good afternoon, distinguished members of the board. Please reconsider starting the school year a week or 2 later to allow teachers to better prepare for this new journey, especially having 2 official days to prepare and to help those with combination curriculum. And our next one, good afternoon, distinguished members of the board. Please consider replacing veteran teachers who have voiced that they are not comfortable teaching virtually to the home-based option. Teachers placed in the home-based option are more qualified to teach virtually, or have home-based teachers also help as co-teachers in the combination classes. From Martin Ross. I appreciate the positive, upbeat, and hopeful message and attitude the district is preparing and presenting of the instructional models and reopening plans for 2020 and 2021. However, I am concerned with the teachers' inability to adequately plan and prepare for the start of the school year. I received notice yesterday of my involuntary transfer to the virtual model. At this time, I am unaware of my caseload, my students' grade level, or an assignment of staff support. I have completed the required professional development on my own time, for which I am receiving a small stipend. However, had I chosen not to, I would be required to complete it in days and prepare for instruction to commence the following Monday. That would and will require teachers to work through the weekend to complete their required professional development by Sunday night and be prepared to teach on Monday morning with perhaps a completely different assignment. Teachers are professionals and are not shy about extra work. In fact, many believe this is an unpaid but necessary part of our job. However, it is usually not mandated, and in this case, our extra work is required by circumstances and time constraints. We will do fine, however. It is important for parents to understand in the spring we had 2 weeks to prepare as opposed to fall when we were given 2 days. Many of the teachers I have talked to expressed desire for student return to be delayed. I agree, although I understand at this point that may not be possible. At the very least, I would hope the district would send a clear message to parents that we are in for a bumpy start. Otherwise, I would expect a considerable number of parent messages of disappointment and unmet expectation. And I believe it would be unfair for teachers to be blamed and held accountable for this. It is also important not to misunderstand my concerns as lack of putting our students first and foremost in my concerns for adequate preparation. Our next comment. Please reconsider the schedule for the combination classes, as it is a disservice for all students academically and the sanity of our teachers. Next, the district should have asked all teachers for their preference, not just virtual. From Tina Belote. As parents, caregivers, many of us are concerned about the wearing of masks when school is able to restart in the actual classroom. Are the students going to be required to wear face masks all day long? Many children suffer from headaches, anxiety, and just plain cannot handle them being in their face all day long. Also, it is only going to be masks, or can it be face shield that they are going to be able to wear? One last thing, how are playtimes going to be specific, socially distanced? Our next comment. The district has not provided guidelines for moving from phase 3 socially distanced cohorts to phase 4 full classes of students. Additionally, the district's FAQs state, what if a school or school district reopens to in-person instruction, but the county is later placed on the county monitoring list? Schools should begin testing staff or increase frequency of staff testing, but are not required to close. If Riverside County is placed on the monitoring list after the reopening of schools to in-person instruction, then schools should close again, as they are now, and return to distance learning. That is the only safe option for our students and staff. From Anonymous. Parents are being promised a robust education for their child, but combo classes mean teachers must divide the live time between the grade levels, meaning only 20% of time will be guaranteed live for those students. That can't be a robust curriculum. Also, does that follow the state law about live teaching? Is this all being explained to parents? From Sherry Cunningham. CDE updated the distance learning frequently asked questions page, and the Ed Code section 43503 requires that distance learning include daily live interaction on each day of the school week. Daily live interaction is required for every student with both a certificated employee and their student peers. One-way communication, including voicemails, emails, or print materials, is not considered a live interaction. Pursuant to Ed Code section 43503 B6, if daily live interaction is not feasible as part of the regular instruction, the governing board or body of the LEA shall develop, with parent and stakeholder input, an alternative plan for frequent live interaction that provides comparable level of service and school connectedness. Does RUSD meet these requirements in their distance learning needs for the virtual and/or hybrid option, or will you need to update them? Our next comment, please consult teachers about the materials provided to students. From anonymous teacher. Students do not begin picking up textbooks until August 17th. That is a full week after school starts. How are students going to be ready and have all they need in order to maximize their learning? Every district meeting and RCTA meeting lately are filled with "we don't know yet." That's still being negotiated, or we'll look into that. How are teachers supposed to be ready to begin instruction August 10? Some teachers are still waiting to find out what grade level they will be teaching next week. Others found out last Friday and Monday that they will be teaching grade and subjects they have never taught before. Social, emotional, and digital citizenship lessons shared by the district, if they ever come, will not be enough for robust distance learning instruction the first 2 weeks of school. We are facing a weak beginning. It is a shame that the board did not fully explore the idea to push back the start date. It's disappointing that neither the district staff nor RCTA approached pushing back the beginning of the year with an open mind. Yes, secondary would probably have to end their semester after winter break. No one is prepared to start August 10th with the kind of program you, the board, have promised our teachers, parents, and students. I know other surrounding districts have not pushed their start dates, but honestly, they had their act together. With offering 3 program choices, we took ourselves out of comparing RUSD with other districts. Are you brave enough to do the right thing for our students? From Julianne Hills. Good afternoon. I have 3 daughters who attend different RUSD schools, Franklin, Earhart, and King. My older girls are both involved in the arts programs at their respective schools. One plays trumpet in advanced band, and one auditioned and was accepted as a senior into King's amazing chamber singers and show choir. We chose to do virtual learning because my 2-year-old son has asthma along with other health issues and is considered high risk if infected with COVID-19. This past week, we heard announcements about how sports and other extracurricular activities would be affected. But unless I missed it, we haven't heard anything about the performing arts programs and what is to happen to the students who choose the virtual option. What is to happen to the band, choir, and theater programs if they can't perform as a group? How will these advanced students record their performances and solos in lieu of college applications? These advanced programs, especially band and choir, have specific members who were chosen specifically by the director to produce advanced music for tournaments and shows. We are now learning that virtual students may have a different director. How would that work? These advanced students don't need to learn how to sing or play instruments or act. They need the experience and guidance of the director that put them together in the first place. My senior child plans on attending college for the performing arts and majoring in music with a minor in musical theater. This was supposed to be the year where she created a portfolio to send off to the colleges of her choice to showcase her talents for scholarships. I understand the position you are all in, but there should be a way for these programs to remain intact virtually with their original teachers and directors. What is the plan for these programs? And Mrs. Alvey, we have reached our 20-minute time limit.
Thank you. I wanted to let the board know that were we to continue at this rate, we would be over a little bit over 3 hours more of public input. And I would like to ask the board how much longer they would like to hear commentary. Would they like to extend it by an hour, or what is your pleasure?
I have a question. This is not an action item, right? This is informational.
Correct.
All right. I mean, I would make a motion to extend it another 45 minutes. And then after that, we could just have the comments emailed to us for information, since we're not taking action on anything on this item.
Correct. Do you feel comfortable taking a vote on this?
Yeah, I think I made a motion, if we need a motion. But happy to hear other board members' input.
Other board members, do you concur?
I would concur with Trustee Lee, and I would second that.
Thank you. Then let's go ahead and take a vote. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
And I say yes. So 45 minutes more will be put on the clock, and we will get copies of all the remaining comments that we can read at a later date. Okay, please continue, Dr. Deanda.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Our next comment. Teachers are being set up to fail because many teachers don't have grade subject they are teaching assigned yet, and we start in only a few days. Parents will blame teachers and be angry when lessons are not robust, but teachers are not being allowed to create these lessons. Many teachers are having severe anxiety right now, and I fear some mental health issues at this point in the year. Our next comment. I am a loyal Riverside citizen. I grew up in Woodcrest and own a home near Lake Matthews. I attended Woodcrest, Gage, Amelia Earhart, and Arlington. Barbara Kerr was my first grade teacher, and the first time I spoke to the board was when I was in 6th grade. When I was a senior at Arlington, I was a school board representative. So needless to say, I love Riverside Unified. I hold 2 master's degrees and 3 teaching credentials, and give credit for my love of learning to the RUSD teachers that were my mentors. In fact, I am a dedicated and loyal teacher for RUSD, taking flight on Monday. Unfortunately, this is the first time I had to voluntarily withdraw my 3 children from the district and place them in a private school. My children's education and well-being comes first, and as the result of poor decision-making on the board, I had to make this decision to remove my 3 children from our district. They will remain in private school until our school opens full-time. When we do the right thing, people follow. Our next comment. I'm a current classified employee for RUSD. There are so many of us still not knowing what's going to happen to us. We have no answers from RUSD, our union, and our direct administration. Who can we go to if no one can give us the answer? We would like to be treated with the same importance as the certificated employees, meaning the RUSD and their union had their negotiations done already. But with us, the classified employees in the union and RUSD are still in negotiations. We are the backbone of each classroom. I feel that as a classified employee, I don't matter at this time. It hurts to know that no one has our back in this critical time. All we want are straight answers. In 15 years that I have been at RUSD, this is the first time I feel that RUSD has let me down, not only, but to so many other classified employees. Why have we been left out? Next. Hello, we have still not received information on the plan for students who have their own one-on-one assigned aid. Please remember that there are many students for whom the aid is vital for student success, and it is imperative to successfully access the curriculum and a free and appropriate public education. Please consider that neighboring charter schools are supplying the aid via a virtual tutoring format during distance learning, and this is something that RUSD should consider. The one-on-one is completely vital for our children's continued academic growth in a population that is dangerously vulnerable to academic, social, and behavioral regression. Thank you for your time. Next comment, will the in-person instruction begin after the county is off the watch list immediately, or will this distance learning continue through the first trimester? From Anonymous. Esteemed board members, I come before you tonight to implore you to take a stark and critical look at the failures of Dr. Hansen and his cabinet members. Since the school closed back in March, Dr. Hansen and his assistant superintendents, or any one member of his overstaffed and underqualified management team, should have taken quicker action to account for and prepare for student learning in a hybrid or distance learning environment. As a result of deferring substantive action to assure the needs of students, staff, and community members were meaningfully met, various stakeholders found themselves in a position of vulnerability with no plan, no information, no support, and no answers. Meaningful dialogue to craft a coordinated plan to ensure students have access to quality education and the support services students and parents alike have come to rely on was not extended to the action teams or bargaining units until well into the summer months. Surveys to assess the needs and interests of stakeholders presented a skewed perspective of how to best move forward. The findings, which created unsafe, insufficient plans that did almost nothing to codify a meaningful learning model or present a plan to ensure the safety of students and staff. Upon being forced to pivot to a hybrid in-person model, yet another action team presented a decent framework for an instructional model, but yet again lacked the substance or logistics for how teachers and staff could best work together to meet the needs of our students. our stakeholders at large as virtually in the dark as to how we're actually moving forward. Students and staff alike are scrambling for answers. The entire process has been a masterclass in mismanagement, and I implore you to hold the superintendent accountable for his near universal failures to stakeholders. Riverside Unified School District deserves real leadership, and Dr. Hansen has illustrated to parents, students, and staff alike that he is unable to deliver on the promise and purpose of this district. Next comment. There are middle school virtual teachers that still do not have their assignments. Some of these teachers are credentialed in multiple subjects, so they don't know their grade level or subject. With this setup, teachers are being asked to work weekends without pay to get their work done. District members are not doing the same. No other job would expect you to work without pay. Teachers already do this enough without it being forced on them in this stressful time. Our next comment. As a teacher in the district, I am disappointed by the lack of information teachers are receiving with starting this school in less than a week. The district and the board have put such an emphasis on equity and being unfulfilled, but your teachers are being torn apart. The PD that has been put out is extensive and still doesn't address a lot of questions and needs the teachers have. At a meeting just today, staff developers don't even have the answers to some of these things. We only found out our assignments on Friday, and that is not ample time to plan for our students. On top of that, students won't even have textbooks until the second week of school. I urge the board to reconsider pushing the start date back at least a week. Dr. Hansen keeps saying that other districts in the area aren't doing that, but other districts in the area are clearly prepared in ways we are not. The board was so concerned about pleasing parents and giving them options, but now you've left your teachers in a lurch, and we, for one, will not be the scapegoats for when angry parents have complaints about how little we know about what's going on. From an RUSD teacher. Greetings, I want to reach out to you with some concerns that I have for this upcoming school year. As the start of the year quickly approaches, I find myself getting more anxious and upset with the thought of what may be. I know that these are unprecedented times with unprecedented actions being needed, but I feel that we as a district are rushing into making decisions that are going to be detrimental to both students and staff. My concerns are, there has been little to no training for virtual learning teachers, let alone at their new grade level. The training that the district has provided is the typical beginning of the year mandated trainings, which are required, which take approximately 12 hours to complete before we can proceed to any trainings that may be useful for virtual learning. What plans are in place to ensure that these teachers are successful in providing rigorous education that our students need? Number 2, due to so many teachers having to be involuntarily transferred to virtual positions, I think we should give parents the choice to switch their educational option now before the start of the year. Many parents are unaware that they will only be able to switch at the trimester or semester if there is room. Seeing that so many teachers will be teaching virtually, there won't be available spaces in an in-person classroom since those are already filled to capacity at most schools. If a teacher would like to give up their in-person teaching position and opt for a virtual one, I believe they should be allowed to make that choice. And they are not. They have been given a hard no from the district. Also, principals should be allowed to switch a district-decided virtual teacher grade placement. After all, the principals know their teachers much better than the district does. I don't know why principals weren't allowed to make these choices. Teachers were placed 3 to 4 grades above or below grade levels that they are familiar with and are expected to be ready to teach in 5 days. Number 3, teachers need cameras that are going to project live quality instruction. This technology should be provided for us for virtual teaching. Teaching from a computer camera is not beneficial for students or teachers. It should not be up to the teacher to provide their own technology. In addition, IT techs should be at all school sites to help with technical issues, as there will be many, I'm sure. Number 4, so many teachers were involuntarily transferred because they chose to come back in person. They were put into different positions and grades that they have never taught before within a week notice before school starts. We still do not have access to our new grade level curriculum, and we begin school in 5 days. Most teachers spend the entire summer preparing for the new curriculum for the upcoming school year. Number 5, why is it that there was no opportunity to volunteer to teach virtually when it was known there were not enough virtual teachers? This caused teachers with more seniority to lose a placement at their current grade levels to someone who asked for a virtual position for a medical reason. It was never made to seem that those who applied for virtual teaching position for a medical reason were going to be given voluntary status. The district made it seem that you had to have medical condition to apply for virtual position. And that is the time limit for that comment. Next, from Marie Anderson. Hello, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen to what I have to say. I am the mother of 4 children, all of which attend schools in RUSD. Their ages range from 6 to 18. I wanted to address the board today regarding the start of school and how everything will be going. I understand that with everything going on, a lot of people see it in the children's best interest to keep them at home. However, I do not agree. I have seen with my own eyes how detrimental it is for some children to be kept at home when they prefer to be at school, where they have their teachers and other classmates to help with their growth, both mentally and emotionally. It boggles my mind that we will be starting school next week and we don't even have an idea of how things are going to be as far as schedules. Not every parent can stay home to take care of their kids. Not every parent can be there to teach their kids. I understand teachers are going to have lesson plans for the children to follow, but it's not going to work for everybody. If there is a way that we can push the start date further out to September, I think it would definitely give the teachers more time to plan, as well as us parents. This is a very stressful time for everybody, and I don't think putting everything on the kids and their parents, AKA teachers, before things are thoroughly planned out is the way to do it. I would also hope that there is some consideration into applying for the waiver to get schools to open in person sooner. If you look at the statistics of COVID-19 and who is being affected, I think you'll understand that the kids being in school versus home is not going to cause a rise in COVID-19 death rates. It is imperative that these kids get back into the classroom sooner than later, or I think we will see a huge drop in test scores. Being the mother of a son who has an IEP causes even more stressful because I cannot teach him the way he is taught in person. The last 3 months of his 11th grade year were the hardest on him due to being forced to learn via computer, and he was negatively impacted by it. After hearing my concerns listed, I hope you understand why I encourage you to consider changing the start date to September 1st so teachers can prepare. I encourage the RUSD board members to apply for a California waiver to open the schools and continue with the 5-day-a-week in-person plan before things get worse than they are. A quote I always like to remember is, when we do the right thing, people follow. I don't know how much of what is going on is caused by media paranoia, but the focus needs to be towards getting our kids back in school, not staying home. Thank you for your time and consideration. And our next comment from Sam. If you are looking to protect employees, why are you only talking about testing staff and not children? A recently published study looking at disease transmission in children and young adults found that those between 10 and 19 years old transmitted the disease just as frequently as adults, and that infected children have at least as much of the virus in their noses and throats as infected adults. You can't assume that just because kids aren't getting sick or very sick, they don't have the virus. So if you aren't testing everyone, no one is safe. And Mrs. Reno Frausto will start now.
Thank you. Next comment. I just received my grade level assignment today and have 3 preps. At this point, I don't have materials for 2 of these preps, and I need to track down the teacher with these materials and get them from him or her. I question the safety of this because I don't know whether that person or persons will be asymptomatic with COVID-19. I would not have time to let these materials sit for even a day, or I would not be able to prepare for my classes. I feel like I'm choosing between my health and my students. Next comment is Monique Edwards. Dear RUSD board, please allow the hybrid option to have distance learning at a set AM block of time similar to AM virtual. Attempting to log on 3 elementary age children multiple times a day is extremely difficult to plan for working parents. Also, I am surprised that the teachers union did not push for a later school year start date. Allowing educators even 2 more weeks would set up everyone for success. It is embarrassing that we are 4 business days away from the start and many teachers do not know what grade they will be teaching. Next comment is Vanessa. Why are students being removed and not acknowledged by their home school when they have chosen the virtual program? A family's decision in choosing this option was obviously made to keep students and families safe. Next comment. Teachers are being told they are going to regularly Be regularly screened for COVID. Is a registered nurse completing these tests? This is an invasive procedure with an instrument being put into a body cavity. Will teachers be forced to allow this medical procedure to keep their job? If yes, why was this information not given to them before they chose virtual or in-person? Also, what will district do with this personal information? Is it a HIPAA issue? Dear board members, next comment. I am an RUSD certificated employee and have watched the last 2 board meetings from start to finish, and wanted to say how grateful I am for your care and concern for not only our students, but also for our staff during this worldwide pandemic. And Mrs. Alavi, I believe this is actually a repeat comment from the previous I-7. So I will move on. Next comment, Marie Anderson. Hello, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen to what I have to say. I'm a mother of 4 children, all of which attend schools at RUSD. Their ages.
This is Reno Frausto. This is a repeat as well. I apologize.
Thank you. Next comment, Kristen Urbaniak. I realize we are in an unprecedented time, and I appreciate how difficult this situation is for everyone. I would like to request that classified employees be allowed to work from home, just as we have been doing since the shutdown. If it is not safe for our students and teachers to return to school, then it is not safe for us to return to offices. Many of us have been successfully doing our job from home for over 4 months. I cannot see the logic in putting us at such risk to bring us back to an office where social distancing is not possible. Please consider letting us continue to work from home, at least while school is on distance learning. We should follow the same hybrid type schedule with easing our way back to full-time in the office. Thank you. Next comment. I appreciate your efforts in ensuring all students are safe as they return to school through all 3 plans, homeschool, virtual, and hybrid in-person. I ask that when it is time to move to the next phases in the hybrid model, sending students back to school, that it is because RUSD truly thinks it is safe for students to return to school, not because our governor or other reasons, but because RUSD says it is safe to return. RUSD has the responsibility to ensure students and staff safety. Are students not returning to school because the governor said no or because it's not safe? Even though it's currently not safe, would RUSD have sent students back into the class if the governor did not say so or say no? I am uncertain of RUSD's intention. Is the plan to send students back when they are allowed or when RUSD feels it is safe to do so? If it is not when RUSD feels it is safe, RUSD needs to state that and to allow staff and students to select a different option. I urge RUSD to only send students back in person when they think it is safe. Any other way would be a disservice. Please consider giving the hybrid model a possible return day as discussed at the previous board meeting. During the cold and flu season, many teachers, staff, and students already get so sick and miss lots of school. Please consider not sending students back in person until after the cold flu season in December or January, and only if it is safe to do so. Having a possible return date, for example, after Christmas break, if it is safe, will allow staff, teachers, and parents to plan and therefore relieving some anxiety. Thank you for putting the safety of our staff, teachers, students, and parents first. Next comment, Mary Michalek. I am a parent of a senior at King High School, and I would like to request that the board discuss the suspension of the 5-class requirements for all seniors. Many seniors do not need the credits from 5 classes to graduate, so they usually fill their schedules with elective classes. But now many of the elective classes have been canceled due to COVID and distance learning. With the cancellation of elective classes, many seniors are being coerced into academic filler classes not needed for graduation. They are already losing everything they have looked forward to, but now they are being forced into other rigorous classes they don't need. These unnecessary classes are crowding an already heavy load of AP classes, which they must do from a virtual platform of distance learning. I believe that we can all agree that AP classes are hard enough when in person. but now we have added the pressure of online learning, reduced class time access to the teacher, and additional academic classes they do not need for graduation. Please consider all that they have lost and are going to lose this year, and suspension of the policy of 5 required classes for the 2020-21 school year. Thank you. Next comment, Rebecca Porter. Can you please let us know what the virtual model is going to look like for Head Start preschool students? I was asked to choose a schedule for live online classes, but as Head Start preschool is generally half a day already, I can't imagine that the virtual class will also be nearly that same length of time. No one would expect a 4-year-old to be able to watch school on a computer for that long. I haven't received any info as to how classes are going to look for these students. Thank you. Next comment. Hi, I have a child in a special day class and also mainstreams for one class. Will the schedule for my child reflect the mainstream class teacher as well, or only the special day class teacher? Also, since I selected in person, will my child get to stay at his current school, even though it isn't at our home school due to placement? Thank you for your hard work during this difficult time and thinking about what is best for our kids. Next comment. The school year is not ready to begin this Monday. The district has delayed on everything. Teachers just learned what grade they are teaching on Friday, and they keep getting switched. I know many schools do not have all the teaching materials to begin class on Monday. Be considerate of the librarians who are having to do so many tasks to be ready. That is impossible and ridiculous. Librarians' first day back was yesterday, and it is only one person who has to get teacher and student materials ready to go. Not to mention, they only work part-time. It's insane. Just like member Loch Dawson said, we should have moved the start date until after Labor Day. Next comment. Page 13 of your presentation provides an update regarding neighborhood learning centers. Isn't a neighborhood learning center another way of saying a school? Why do you need community partners to provide facilities for students to learn? You have plenty of unused facilities that can be used for neighborhood learning centers. They are called schools. If you can find a way to utilize community facilities to facilitate learning, you should also be able to find a way to utilize your own facilities to facilitate learning. Next comment. True leaders are willing to adjust and make different decisions based on what is in the best interest of their stakeholders. We all want to start school in the best possible light, serving students with high quality instruction and support from the first login. The late date for resolving the 3 options and the chaos it has caused makes this impossible. It is Tuesday before Monday start of school, and teachers have been moved to other schools and grade levels they've never taught with less than a week to prepare, all without the materials they need. Logins for online resources for their new assignments haven't been provided. We do not have class lists and may not have them in time to contact parents with all of the information needed to actually have a face-to-face meeting on Monday. A quick Google search of media headlines suggests that some of the state's largest districts are pushing back their start dates to promote preparation and ensure a quality first day. Some members of the board have suggested this, but were quickly shut down by district staff, same staff who are insisting that everything is ready for the first day, when indeed it absolutely is not ready. It is not too late to do the right thing and push our start date back a week to allow teachers to prepare for a successful opening. We will not take the fall for your inaction. Next comment, anonymous teacher. As a teacher in RUSD, I have to express how devastated I am sure many teachers are. So many surrounding districts chose to go virtual across the board until they are no longer on the watch list. You gave families a choice, and that's great. But what that choice has done has completely tore your teaching staff apart. And to be overdramatic, it seems like you really don't care. You think about the students you serve and the sports, BAPA, clubs, and other organizations they belong to at their school site. Kids are not just losing their regular teachers, they're losing affiliation with those programs that are, for so many kids, the reason they look forward to school. Many teachers and advisors of those programs are now stripped away from their site. You say no one will lose affiliation with their school, but according to teaching assignments, their band teacher is no longer their band teacher. Their coach is no longer their coach. I can't believe this is happening. Things could have been different if we were all virtual while on the watch list. Kids could start the year with who they know and are familiar with, but now they can't. I just can't believe how much you have let us all down. We are so disappointed. Next comment, Christina Ziembowitz. To whom it may concern, has RUSD considered filing an exemption for the elementary schools to resume in-person classes? The parents have been asked to fill out surveys and provide information, but have received little to no information on what plans are in place to resume in-person learning for those that require it. How quickly will RUSD be able to pivot to the hybrid model? The hybrid model was presented with phases, but no information on benchmarks or timelines to move from one phase to another. I have listened to the board meetings and heard numerous teachers, staff, and parents listing all the reasons they do not want to return to the classroom, but I have heard little to no attention paid to what's best for our students if we are supposed to listen to health experts and follow the science. Why are we not listening when all the experts, scientists, doctors, and health experts say that children need to be in school? If they say we need to wear masks, we all run out and buy masks, but they are all saying children need to be in school, but we do not listen to that. Why? Teachers are essential. I have asked the board multiple times why it is safe to send children to daycare, but not to school. I have asked the previous 2 meetings and still not received an answer, but I will try again because our children's education is essential and distance learning does not work. Can you clearly explain how the teachers 8:20 a.m. to 2:40 p.m., 380 minutes is being allocated to support students' academic achievement, since distance learning is only 3 hours, 180 minutes of a day? Will the teachers be working in their classroom for a full day every day? In the 3 hours the students are expected to work independently, can in-person office hours be available, scheduled for students to get additional instruction or questions answered? If teachers are not working full-time and parents are required to share the burden of teaching, shouldn't we receive a refund of our taxes? What accountability oversight will be provided since distance learning was done with little to no teacher instruction and relied on apps, videos, and lists of self-guided assignments with the parents doing most of the actual teaching? This is not feasible with most parents going back to work full-time out of the home. Will parents be able to report classes with limited no teacher instruction? As I listened to the governor speak about taking operations outside, including nail and hair salons, worship activities, etc., has there been any consideration about using the grounds on campuses to be able to provide in-person instruction outside sooner, or by doing this, speed up the phases? The board keeps talking about innovation, yet I have not heard one innovative idea for the fall, even though you have had months to plan. What is the plan to get our children back to school? And that concludes the 20 minutes for that, or 3 minutes for that comment. Next comment, anonymous. I am a classified employee and I work in special education class. I know there are some people pushing for school districts to apply for a waiver to reopen the schools early. I am hoping that you will look at what is going on at other districts and campuses across the country and realize that if it can't be done safely at this time. In addition, if you'd had any classified input at all when making these plans, you might have a better idea about what we actually do as opposed to what you think we do. And you might understand better why the reopening plan is not safe, especially in our special education classrooms. Adding the words "when feasible" to safety measures, your message to us basically says we will worry about our staff and students safely when feasible. That is unacceptable. Until you can figure out a plan that works without stipulations, please do the right thing and do not open. Thank you. Next comment. Being a classified staff member, we were scheduled to come in since last week, coming in close contact with parents and families. How will our safety be met when more families continue to come to our offices? certificated staff have the option to work from home due to safety issues. Why are we not thought of when it comes to safety? We have small children also. How will we be accommodated as far as helping them at home? Next comment, Gil. A preliminary analysis of COVID-19 cases found that the odds of transmitting the pathogen in a closed environment was more than 18 times greater than in an open air space. And the authors concluded that confined spaces could promote super spreader events. Reopening the school and having students and staff in confined classrooms without N95 masks for an hour will result in a super spread. Why not hold classes outdoors with shade coverings, just as churches and restaurants are doing? Next comment, Lisa Carty. Last night, we found out that our online high school band students will not be part of their homeschool band class as was promised in previous board meetings. Instead, over 200 band members will not have access to or a connection with their high school band teacher and the program. The ability to be in a class for band or sports was part of the plan adopted by this board. In light of the recent information, can an online student switch to the in-person option to continue to be part of their high school band program? Next comment, concerned working parent. As a parent of a first grader, I am very concerned about how the proposed schedule will affect my household and my child's learning. My husband and I are both essential workers. Excuse me. I myself am a nurse in this community. Looking at the proposed daily schedule, I am concerned about how we will be able to accommodate our daughter logging on several times a day, 5 days a week. We pay a daycare provider. However, she has other children to watch and my infant son. It is not fair to expect our daycare providers to log on and off and sit with our small children that are not yet proficient in reading and comprehension. Someone would need to sit with the smaller children throughout the entire school day schedule, ensuring they are able to read and understand the materials. Maybe having 1 or 2 days of required logging on sessions would be a better option for the working parents, and a homework packet that could be worked on with the children when the parents are home, including the weekends, if that is what works for the family dynamics. I understand the ultimate goal is to provide our children with a good education. I believe it is also important to set realistic goals for working parents and their children. Please keep in mind that most families in our district have to work. Thank you for your time and consideration. Next comment, Mark Feldstein. Thank you to most of the board for your valiant efforts. I say most of the board because Mr. Hunt stated in consensus isn't achieved, start with in-person classes regardless of risk. Mrs. Lock-Dawson suggested pushing back the start date when this is one of the few things we agree on. As a former public official, I know doing your best isn't enough. Many don't or won't get the effort and concern you put forth, so I'm troubled by comments that lack respect and appreciation. Our kids are watching. We've had 2 hate-filled situations in the King District alone. Kids mimic parents' comments and actions. Due to their learning critical thinking skills, students know the popular opinion isn't always the correct one. We expect this of our kids. Adults should be no different. As parents of twins, numerous families mentioned using our district's web-based resources, feeling their district's efforts were inadequate. Our district also offers greater flexibility, making the best of a poorly handled national crisis. The board also listens to all public comments, whether well-reasoned or an odd theory. When studying social movements, it included the charismatic, civil rights, and women's movements. There wasn't, nor should there be, a movement against common sense public health initiatives. I've also never seen so many people prevent progress, i.e. county board order rescissions, lawsuits, and recall efforts. When people get too comfortable or bored, they need something to challenge. So having to wear a mask, consider others, and accept the potential risk of their own suggestions are seen as subversive and cause for a fight. Kids have died of this virus. Please continue to do what is right. What appears popular or the loudest doesn't mean it's the most well-informed, nor will reduce risk to each student. Finally, while some said the district is too protective of teachers, our kids are at equal or greater risk as those teachers who are also our neighbors. Next comment, Tina Summerford. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Tina Summerford. I am, or should I say, I was a 6th grade teacher at Hawthorne Elementary until last Friday. I have a few comments about what is happening to the teachers and students of the Riverside Unified School District. I realize we are living in extraordinary and unprecedented times. I understand there is a need for all of us to be more flexible and that no plan was going to be without cons. The fear of the unknown is great, and it seems that less than a week from the start of the 2021 school year, there is still so much that is still not known. I feel RUSD could have handled the reopening in a way that would have caused less stress and was more equitable to teachers, staff, and the families of our students. This is my second involuntary transfer in 2 years. There is a possibility that I might be transferred again this year if my virtual students choose to go in person at the end of a trimester. This is a disservice to both teachers and the students they serve. Teachers will have to establish relationships with whole new groups of students, and students will have a new teacher and new classmates to get to know in the middle of the year. Half of the staff at Hawthorne was displaced due to the board's decisions regarding the reopening of schools. Why was transferring everyone to RVS the only option? Why weren't teachers allowed to stay attached to their school and teach the students who chose virtual? I would like to understand the reasoning behind this decision. We are a week away from the start of a new school year, and teachers are scrambling to figure out what they will be teaching, where they will be teaching, and how they will be teaching. I feel the district had time to come up with a plan that would have caused less stress and turmoil. Other neighboring districts made better plans in a swift manner, and their teachers are better prepared for the upcoming school year. I am very upset by what is happening to me. I do not feel prepared to begin teaching in less than a week, and that causes a great deal of anxiety. It is inevitable that circumstances are going to change throughout this school year. I hope the board and the district can make decisions in a more timely manner in the future. Next comment. I am a single mother with elementary school age children, and I have a babysitting concern, as I know many other people do because of the school closures. I am a classified employee that needs to be present at my school site to conduct essential duties to get the school year up and running. If I'm not present, I don't know how these duties will get completed, and not to mention they are very important. A substitute will not be able to conduct such a time-consuming and stressful job. I don't understand why my kids are unable to come to work with me and sit in my space in order for me to conduct my work for the first few weeks. They will not be in a space where they will come in contact with other staff on campus. My kids do not have COVID either. I care about my school site, and I hope I will not have to take a leave of absence. Next comment. Is the board aware that teachers need to be ready on Monday to start school, and that a great majority of us have new grade levels or combo classes to teach, without being given planning time, materials, or information from RVS for those who received an involuntary transfer? RUSD waited until last month to make the decision, and now teachers are scrambling. RUSD should have allowed teachers to keep their sites and grade levels and teach virtually like most of the surrounding school districts did. There was no need to create any of these changes that are now impacting almost every teacher and staff member. Why is it that the start date has not been postponed to provide quality education to our students? Next comment. I am writing to advocate for the reopening of on-campus childcare programs as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the RCOE recommendations that were provided to the community were not sufficient enough for the whole community. Most resources are already at capacity, and some resources are no longer operating. Our family was only able to find one potential resource for our 2 elementary school kids, but it is not within our neighborhood. This facility mentioned that they would not be able to force the kids to log in and do their schoolwork, which was a major deterrent since we will need the support of the Child Care Center to encourage and guide our children through their remote learning until they can attend school in person again. Allowing the reopening, the on-campus programs will help to offer a more consistent schedule for the year. Many of these programs have been able to successfully operate through the COVID pandemic in their non-school site facilities, and I am confident in their procedures to provide the same care and safety for our kids in their normal on-campus facilities. Thank you for your time. Next comment. Dear board members, I would like to request that decisions to change from a distance learning model to an in-person model for those who chose the in-person option only be considered at the trimester mark. Many parents selected the in-person model with the understanding that kids would go back to school when safe. I want to note that choosing the in-person model should not be taken as indicators that all parents in that group want kids to go back in person as soon as possible. Most parents want kids to go back only when it is safe to do so. Please do not rush the evaluation of safety with the end goal of getting kids back in person as soon as possible. Please proceed with extreme caution. Also, I want to request that the board only make changes at the trimester mark so that if a parent's comfort level with the COVID environment at that time differs from the opinion of the board, parents are able to make changes to their option selection. Please do your best to ensure the safety of our kids and understand that many parents feel that safety was the least of Superintendent Hansen's concern when he directed the planning committee to ignore the hybrid option in favor of an all in-person option with practically no safety precautions. We need you, the board, to step up and make sure that parents feel safe when the time comes to go back to class, and to make it easy to switch to virtual at the trimester mark if a parent isn't ready to send their kids back when the board votes to move into phase 2. Next comment, anonymous. When will we be able to pick up Chromebooks? School starts on Monday, and we have not been told anything. Also, when and how will we be given schedules as to what to do on Monday? Next comment, Marvin Garcia. Since the classes are online, will the RUSD district provide a hotspot device or internet assistance for elementary students? Next comment, Jason. I encourage everyone to please take a look at this study at your own time on the benefits and potential harm of masks. www.themodelhealthshow.com/mask facts. It is presented in the benefit and safety of everyone in the district. Thank you. Next comment. How will I know who is my daughter's teacher? What page do you have to enter to start your class? Next comment, Isaac Tisserino. Studies have been published proving that COVID-19 has a higher chance of transmission indoors when compared to chances of transmission in outdoor settings due to the difference in air circulation. Why hasn't any form of open air classrooms for our RUSD students and teachers been considered? Details, open air classroom benefits are detailed in a New York Times article named Schools Beat Earlier Plagues with Outdoor Classes. We should too. Next comment. The board should provide some clarity to the parents, students, and staff about A, how the district plans to move between the phases in the hybrid learning mode, and B, date before which on-campus mode of in-person learning will not start. Many districts in the region, in California and across the country have done so, and it is necessary to get that information for planning. Next comment, Hoi Do. When and where will school provide Chromebooks for TK students attending Ben Franklin? When will school district staff be available to public? Can't reach out to anyone with questions. What a disaster. Next comment, Veronica Carrera. When are we receiving information for special education students with an IEP? Please refer to the pending IEPs for the 2019-2020 school year that were not carried out and how their IEPs and therapies will be covered this year. And Mrs. Alavi, that concludes the 45 minutes for this session.
Thank you very much. We are going to read all the remaining comments, which we can have printed out for us. Thank you, everybody who made comments, and we are now going to move to our presentation. I'm hopeful that a lot of the questions that were asked tonight are going to be answered in the presentation by staff. So I will go ahead and I guess I'll start the ball rolling with Dr. Lewis.
It's me.
Oh, it's you? Okay, well, it's Ms. Hill. Let's do that. I did. Okay, go ahead.
Good. Okay. Oh. All right. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi, Dr. Hanson, members of the board, and our esteemed community members. Tonight, we'll bring you an update on the school opening. As has been mentioned tonight, we are in unprecedented times. And as you know, many people, families, community members, staff, and board have all brought our energy to these plans. While there will undoubtedly be things we need to change, I'd like to urge us all to give the plans an honest try and make adjustments as we see how things work. Next slide, please. This presentation is placed in order of the 6 elements that must be included in our learning continuity and attendance plan that we submit to the California Department of Education. The plan requires districts to report on distance learning, learning loss mitigation, devices and connectivity, professional development, social emotional supports, and meal services. This plan replaces the 2021 LCAP and will be brought for a public hearing on September 1st, and staff will be seeking board approval on September 15th. The plan is due September 30th. The approval process is similar to LCAP in that we are required to have stakeholder engagement in the process. Next slide, please. 92% of our families expressed their choice of instructional program. This response rate exceeds any district that we are in contact with. The remaining 8% that did not express their selection were placed in the in-person program choice. Our elementary students will receive invitations to their Google Classrooms by Sunday at 5 p.m. and secondary students will be able to access their schedules through the Aries portal also on Sunday by 5 p.m. Some asked in the earlier comments why we don't know. We're doing the master schedules right now for virtual, and after master schedules are done, the course requests are their scripts that run to put the students in the proper classes and send them their invitation to their Google Classroom or their Aries portal. For parent outreach, we utilized several school sites and community centers. We utilized staff and space at our Family Resource Center. And we reached out to the Heal Zone and the Real Group, the Residents Active in Leadership, both groups active on the East Side community. Community members appreciated the outreach, and it helped us get the family selection for another 2,300 students. Next slide, please. This is an approximation of the family choices with a small percentage of students, many students, about 1,400 students, but 3% selecting the home-based program, about 30% in the virtual program, and 59% in the in-person hybrid choice. Some of the comments you have heard this evening are due to the fact that teachers had to be moved to the virtual option to provide learning for students and families that had chosen that option. We do begin on Monday, August 10th. And in reference to some comments earlier, in the agreement with RCTA, it does state that district staff will design some back to school content for students to use, hopefully providing some relief to teachers who are new to their content. This student content will include digital citizenship, some Chromebook care, how to access your instructional materials, and some content on social emotional supports. Next slide, please. The most recent selection that families made were in the virtual program. Families had to choose their desired interaction time. So they had a choice. You see on column 1, families could choose a morning time for their live interaction, midday, or evening time. Due to the low numbers of families choosing the secondary evening option, one adjustment is we will not be offering the secondary evening option, but the other 5 options will be offered. Families will be notified of their time assignment when they access their schedule on Sunday at 5 p.m. And I'd like to take a moment to address some questions about in-person that are not shown here. In-person will resemble the schedule of a typical school day, balanced with live engagement, independent work, some breaks, and small group support. It is important to note that the live interaction time is not nonstop lecture. We'll vary the learning tasks to sustain student engagement in the lesson and to be mindful of that time being developmentally appropriate. I'd like Assistant Superintendent Tim Walker to address the next 3 slides. Next
Thank you,
slide, please.
Academic Officer Renee. I appreciate it. The next slide talks about the state and county updates. And we've shared this in the past. I'm going to go over it again so there's clarity on the state plan. We can have safe in-person school based on local health data. I'm going to go over in a little bit more specificity in another slide. But using health data, schools can physically open when the county, which is on a monitoring list, one of 33 in the state, is off of the monitoring list for a period of 14 consecutive days. And schools that don't meet the requirement must begin the year on distant learning. Riverside County, of course, has been on the monitoring list as one of the more impacted counties in the state. And we are closely following those 6 matrix that I will review in just a bit. Another area is the face covering requirement. And all school staff and students in grades 3 through 12 must wear masks unless there is a medical issue or there is an inability to communicate if you are hearing impaired. Students in 2nd grade and below are encouraged to wear masks and or face shields. The next area is physical distancing and other adaptations, and staff must maintain 6 feet between each other and students when we get back to school. Symptom checks will be conducted, primarily a passive test done by parents and staff themselves at home, and then temperature checks when they arrive at school. Hand washing stations are going to be available. Sanitation and disinfection routines and protocols have been developed and they'll be employed. And quarantine protocols such as isolation areas for students and staff displaying symptoms will be available at every site. The next area is regular testing and dedicated contact tracing. The requirements to test staff regularly are in place and recommended by the state. State contact tracing workforce will prioritize schools. We work very closely with our local Riverside County Department of Public Health and currently are working in close association with the Human Resources Department, my colleague, Assistant Superintendent Kali Ibarra and her staff to address information that's brought to our attention currently from staff who may be at home or who are employed and at work at the moment, And if they are testing positive, then we will work with the County Department of Public Health. We continue to do that into the future. They do the tracing, make recommendations, the information that's provided, and we move down that path of potentially having people stay home for a period of time until cleared, following all HIPAA requirements for confidentiality of our employees. The next area is the rigorous distance learning, which you've heard about in the past and which is now a requirement through the state as ordered by the governor, as we are one of the 33 counties that are impacted. Ms. Hill and Dr. Ryan Lewis can answer any questions about our distant learning program, which we are starting as part of the in-person program option for the 3 options that we have offered and that parents have taken. The next area is the closure criteria. And it's now been set up by the California Department of Public Health to help us determine when should in-person learning close. The steps include, so this is after we are back into an in-person program. And you've seen our timeline and our phases, and Chief Academic Officer Hill will go over that again with you in a minute in a couple of slides down the presentation. So if you have any questions, you can ask those then. But what we're going to do is, in consultation with the Public Health Department, we are in the state provided the following recommendations. A classroom cohort, and you'll see that we have 2 cohorts when we go back to 1 day a week. When one cohort has a confirmed case in a classroom, that classroom will go on quarantine. School goes on quarantine when multiple cohorts have been affected or when 5% of the school is positive. And we will be monitoring that in 2 different departments here in the district. And then a district goes home if 25% of their schools, would work out to about 13 of our schools, are closed within a 14-day period of time. Keep in mind that the metrics involved with getting back to school should indicate that we are on a downward trend and that we are very hopeful that by the time we get back to school, that the potential continuation of many cases is on the decline, not on the rise. So we will be looking at that very closely, and we will make recommendations for returning to school as identified in our last board presentation and elements that will be shared with you in just a bit. So this is information was as of July 17th. We shared that at our last board meeting, and we will continue to update this if changes are made. Next slide, please. So the county monitoring criteria, I told you that I would share with you. There are six metrics that are used by the state and by our local county health department. Elevated disease transmission is one of those, where a case rate per 100,000 residents over a 14-day period of time. And the target rate is 100. I'm going to go over with you in a minute a little bit of information related to Riverside County as it stands. But the target, keep in mind, the target rate for the cases is 100 per 100,000. The testing positivity rate for a 7-day average with a 7-day lag is 8%. That's what the state is looking for. The next area that has an element is increasing hospitalizations. The percentage change in a 3-day average of COVID-19 positive hospitalization patients. You're looking for the target rate of hospitalization of 10%. And then in a limited hospital capacity, you're looking for ICU beds that are available to be above 20% and ventilators available in the facilities of Riverside County at 25%. So those are the metrics that we will be following and looking at and that we constantly review. There's a web page that provides for a quick look at this. And if you go to covid19.ca.gov/roadmap/counties/track-data, and we'll get that for you. there's a site that you go to, and then you can click on the little icon for Riverside, pops right up and gives you the current information available for Riverside County. Next slide, please. This is what that page looks like, at least the one on the left. And what we saw based on this data as of Friday, July 21st, I'm looking right now at today's data as well, so I'll share both of them with you. Currently, Riverside County health and safety data associated with the 100 percentage of people who are positive for cases per 100,000 is at 340.5, and that was as of the 31st. And as of today, that same number comes out to, let me grab that. We're looking at a positivity rate of, let me see, apologize, 307.4. So you can see it's already gone down by 33%, 33 cases per day for a 14-period day, 14-day lag. That's what we're looking at to continue on a downward trend till we get to below 100. The next area is the positivity rate. It was 9.9% for testing on July 31st, and the positivity rate right now is 7% positivity rate. So we've actually met the positivity rate metrics for Riverside County as of today, but you have to meet all these metrics at the same time, and you have to keep them below the target rate for a period of 14 days. So we've got one there that for a 14-day period, it's a 7% test positivity. Let's see. The next one is the COVID-19 positive hospitalization. And again, if you were to go back to our target, you're looking for below 20%. Our positivity rate is, let's see, I'm going to try to figure that one out for you here. Right now it is minus, we had a minus number for that, and we're at 4.1% decrease. It's not giving me a percentage at the moment. So, but we do have a decrease in that area as well. We have not met the positivity rate for that. And then the ICU beds is at 23%. Here it's actually on this document, it's at 30%. So we're going in the right direction for ICU bed availability. And then the ventilator availability was 59% on the 31st. It is actually 67% availability today. So 3 of the metrics have actually been met based on the data that are identified. The big one, which is cases per 100,000, is way off. It's 207 above what we're looking for. And the positivity rate is looking good. So we're on the right track. If we can maintain this going forward for a period of time to get all of these below the target rate, and then keep that for a 14-day period of time, Chief Academic Officer Hill is going to show you that what our phasing looks like and what our gating criteria looks like again for moving from stage 1, which is the distant learning, to phase 2, which is the in-person 1 day a week cohort model. So
Mr. Walker?
I'll answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Dr. Farouk?
Thank you. And thank you for sharing this information. My quick question is that I know that, these are guidelines that the state has put out. And like you said, Mr. Walker, that we need to be meeting all of them simultaneously for that period of time. My question is I know that this waiver issue has been brought up a lot, and that the state, the governor created this potential specifically with our younger students, elementary school students, because research has shown that they're less prone to COVID-19 than even older students themselves are. That being said, though, the governor still put very specific criteria that he just released yesterday. It's not as simple as just even putting out a waiver, even assuming that these things, that the situations were safe and that we actually could ensure the safety of everyone involved. But even beyond that, there's very specific guidelines. I think for the purpose of like our community, I think it might be helpful if you elaborate on what those conditions are, and that those decisions are not made in a vacuum by the board, but they're in consultation with our employees and stakeholders. It'd be helpful if you could share all that information with the community as well.
Yes, there is some criteria that's established for our for a waiver criteria given by the governor, and it was a little clarified today in a FAQ for districts to consider. Previously, what we had been looking for is the issue related to applying for a waiver was for elementary schools only. It did not include sports. It did not include music. It did not include anything that would have to do with yelling, shouting, or jumping up and down, or anything. You could do some slight conditioning if we were back in school and you got this waiver, but all the other elements that had to do with sports and with music and with choir and other things that would be utilizing an expression of your voice or exhalation that was larger than when you normally breathe would not be a part of the opportunities at in-person learning. The waiver itself has to still include a recommendation from the superintendent to the Riverside County Department of Public Health. The recommendation would identify and clarify what some of the concerns are related to the metrics for the whole county in relation to what the metrics are for Riverside proper. So getting that information, we would have to get a little bit more detailed data from the Riverside County Department of Public Health and ask them to do some tracing for us in regard to what our particular numbers are here in Riverside City versus Riverside County. If it was within the metrics and we felt like we could reasonably pursue a waiver, the superintendent would have to also confer with unions and with the community and with local businesses within the community to have that conversation and ensure that there was some buy-in, if you will, in regard to moving in that direction before making a recommendation to the board for moving forward with that waiver. To my knowledge, no waiver has been approved in Riverside County. We're pretty impacted at this point in time. If it has, it wasn't brought to my attention in the last few days. But because of the numbers that are here and Dr. Kaiser being very concerned about a new influx of cases, we're on the right track here in regard to going down as identified with the numbers I shared today. Just since the 31st till today, which is 5 days, you've got a reduction in the positivity rate, a reduction in the case per 100,000, and you've got ICU beds above 20% and the ventilators above that 20% that they're required to be as well. So we're looking good as a county, but the main piece is the cases per 100,000, and we are way above most counties related to that number, very high in that area. So that's what the waiver would look like if we were to pursue it. I know that we had made a request for a time element on a telephone conference call that we have once a week with the county public health department as well as Dr. Kaiser. And the turnaround time, once we got all of the elements that I had mentioned, the reach out to the community, the reach out to unions, the reach out to businesses, that we would have to turn around and then give it to the Riverside County Department of Public Health. Dr. Kaiser and his staff would look at it. They'd need 10 to 12 days, and then they'd have to send it up to the state for final approval. So that's the process.
Thank you for sharing such a detailed response. And my only intention of bringing that up is informationally, just so the community understands, especially because that announcement and those additional criteria from the governor were provided after this presentation was created. So I just wanted the community to know about that process. Thank you.
I maybe gave too much, but you can never be too.
No, that was it's important, and people need to know. And again, obviously, our community does not meet these criteria for safety, and safety is the absolute baseline of doing anything. But again, I think it's important that the community understands that the context of that waivers. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any questions? I'll turn it back to
Ms. Hill would like to interject, right?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Well, then Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mrs. Elvey, and thank you, Mr. Martin. And Mr. Walker, excuse me. I don't think there's a better, and I mean this sincerely, a gentleman or lady in this state with the district that knows more how to keep young people in our campuses safe than Tim does. But I don't mean to sound recalcitrant here, President Alabi, but Mr. Walker, even if on Monday when school starts, if the next 14 days we had a decline and some of these things happen, even then we're not going to change to the semester break, right?
That will be shared in just a few more slides by Chief Academic Officer Hill.
Okay, yeah. But what I was going to suggest is that, and this is up to you, Mrs. Alavi, I elected you as president, but I think the people that are waiting at home aren't as concerned about, they know we're not going back on campus for a while. They know it's all of that. They want to know what's going to happen on Monday. And I believe with the work, and this is a terrific, I mean, this whole program that everyone's done is fantastic. But in the interest of it's 9 o'clock, these people, whether they're a teacher, whether they're one of our custodians, classified, mom, dad, student, they want to get to that. So I'm going to ask if you would consider, even for a little break and organize, but if we would get to what's going to happen Monday and the next month after that. We're not going back on campus during that time. So that is my request, respectfully.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Ms. Hill has some slides ready to speak to that, okay?
Next slide, please. So Assistant Superintendent Walker explained why we're starting with distance learning according to following the governor's guidance. And we have taken a decision to have the phases in between will be about a 28-day or 1 month cycle, approximately, if the fastest it could move is about a 28-day cycle. We would stay in our distance learning in the in-person hybrid, virtual learning and home-based, of course, until that governor's guidance that Assistant Superintendent Walker just spoke about would happen for 14 days, at which time we would notify families that we would make a transition in 2 weeks' time. And as long as Riverside County would continue to meet that health and safety criteria, we would make the transition at the end of that 2-week notice period. Next slide, please. Similarly, between phase 2, which is the 1 day a week hybrid, and phase 3, which is the 2 days a week hybrid, we would want to continue to meet that same criteria for at least 14 days and give families 2 weeks of notice that a change was going to be made. You might be wondering what would happen should a school or classroom have to go back to distance learning. If any cohort, school, or class has to revert back to distance learning, they go away, they quarantine, and then they come back to the spot that they were. So yeah, they go back to the spot that they left at that time. Next slide, please. Upon return on Monday, so just be staff at sites, schools, and district locations on Monday. But our maintenance and operations team has worked to provide every district building with a care package that includes signage and floor markings for path of travel, as well as the other safety items that you see here. So directly to Mr. Hunt's requests, on Sunday, schedules will be, Google Classroom connections will be available for elementary students, and schedules will be available through Aries for secondary students. Home-based students will begin their regular program. Virtual will begin their virtual learning, and distance in-person hybrid students will begin in distance learning. The first couple of days, part of the MOU was for the district to provide back to school content for students, hopefully providing a little bit of relief to teachers that need to get grounded in their assignments. That back to school content will be ready and available for Monday morning. Next slide, please. Parents have asked about the transition window. Once school has been in for a while, families may learn that their program choice does not suit. We have asked families to make their selection for a year's time. However, if a family really has to request a transition, it will be made by request or considered by request at the grading period. So you see the time windows there for the elementary trimesters and for the secondary semesters. The reason why we put them at the grading periods is because teachers will have a pacing schedule for content, but they're not held to being in line with each other day to day. They have some flexibility within the grading period. So making that transition at the grading period assures that students could move from one classroom to another. It's important to note that there are many impacts of transitions for class availability for sure, and it could impact teacher changes for families once again. Next slide, please. Among solutions and supports for families, our staff, Dr. Hansen and Joe Nieto, have been working really closely on this project, and Mrs. Kakish has joined them also. We're currently building partnerships in the community to provide locations and programming for neighborhood centers to offer a safe place for students to receive support for distance learning and engage in enrichment activities. Community partners include Alvord, the City of Riverside, Riverside County Office, First Five, Chamber of Commerce, RCC, UCR, NAACP, and other community and faith-based organizations. They're working hard to make sure the facilities are suitable and reaching out to organizations who can provide some staffing and timelines. In addition, just today, we got some clearance to consider reopening some of the child care centers that happen to be co-located on RUSD campuses. It's just brand new news. So we are working on that to reopen some of the centers that are on RUSD campuses. Next slide, please. We had questions about devices and connectivity. device allocation is working through the school site. So at this moment, we have 22,000 Chromebooks already distributed in the field. We, on the program choice form, we had 7,500 additional requests for Chromebooks. Those devices are being delivered to sites today and the remaining days of the week, and site staff will be reaching out to the families who indicated they needed a device. We anticipate that any requests that we have already gotten will be able to be met by Friday afternoon. For connectivity, we had 350 hotspots distributed in the spring. And on the family choice, we had 1,700 additional requests, of which we have 1,100 on hand and 1,200 delivered already. So as of yesterday, as of this posting, we didn't have them. So they're in now. As of yesterday, we have 2,300 hotspots available for checkout, also being delivered to sites to provide that device and connectivity. Yes. Mr. Lee, you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Ms. Hill. Great news on the hotspots and the Chromebooks, and that we have them to provide to kids. On that last slide, on that neighborhood learning center,
Yes.
I know that there was a couple questions I heard from the public comment about what's the difference between a neighborhood learning center and a school site. So I was just hoping you could just share why we're going down this path. I know you shared some of the people that we're partnering with and why we're doing it, but just kind of the difference on why that we're trying to explore this path and why this might be a potential option while we can't bring kids back to school yet.
Mr. Lee, I'll jump in and take that if I could.
Sure.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. And the biggest difference has to be with CDC requirements. You know, social distancing is a big part. And right now, to have our kids in school, even if we have the AB cohort in-person models, social distancing all the time makes it very difficult. There'd be a risk there. But have these neighborhood learning centers, we have the controlled environment. We absolutely know how many could fit. Let's say the place can only fit 75 and they're social distancing all the time, then it would only be allowed to do 75. We'll have to watch them closely. Depends how many sites we have. The city's offered 17 libraries or community centers. We have a few churches. We have some other partnerships. And so we'll see the number of seats between Alvord Unified and RUSD and then see what we have available. It might be by invitation to some of our most neediest and vulnerable students, foster youth and or homeless or McKinney-Vento students. And it might be that we have more room and now we can allow other folks to come, but it just won't be drop off your kids like you're going to school. No, it's drop off your kids to go to a safe, controlled learning center where adults can be there to assist you as you're doing your own distance learning or virtual model. And of course would give them that safe environment and even provide meals and things such as that. So very different than school, very different than having the teachers and the passing periods and all the things that are there, as much as we limit the space, but we do try our best to make it available for the kids that need it. So that's the biggest difference, Trustee Lee.
Thank you. I think it's important to kind of give that clarification. I mean, I'm a big champion of these. I think this can be a big help for some of our neediest families, but really for all families. And I think if we are able to put together a list of community partners and sites and be able to provide this kind of space for our students that's safe and so they can facilitate their learning and solve some of those challenges that we heard some families bring up about connectivity issues or logging in and out. If there's someone there that can supervise and facilitate that, I think that would be a big help to a lot of families. Obviously, I know it's not for everybody and based on space, but I think even if we can just help a handful of kids and we prioritize those that are most needy, I think this would be a big help as we get started with the school year. So I appreciate everybody's efforts on bringing the community together. I know I was on that first call and we had, I think 40 people willing to roll up their sleeves and help. And you mentioned a lot of them there. So I think it just shows what kind of community Riverside is and that we're all in this together. And again, kind of my comments from the beginning about schools are really the center place for communities. And without schools, there's a big void. So the only way to solve that void is coming together. So I just want to appreciate the staff for bringing everyone together and all those that chose to participate. And I know all the legwork that's happened since that meeting. I'm just really grateful to all those folks. So thank you.
You're welcome. And Trustee Lee, I'll just give this, end with this final thought. This is going to take some time. We have a plan that we believe, a skeleton plan between Elmore and RUSD that'll be done this week. Then we need to send it in to the local health officials, Barbara Cole at the County Health Office, Executive Director, and it takes 10 to 14 days to approve. And so we will not have this in place in this plan approved likely by until the end of August. We're hoping to open up if this all works out and gets approval, probably that Labor Day weekend. And so as our parents start this whole new school year, be patient with us, but we're doing our very best we can to provide not just the child care for those that need child care, but safe places for your kids to go with hours like from 9 to 5 or 8 to 5 here in our community. But stay tuned and we'll come back and give you more update at our next board meeting as well.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt, you had a question. You have to unmute.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Chief Academic Officer, Mrs. Hill, I don't want to get ahead of you, and so, but I have some questions. And thank you, Mr. Lee and Dr. Hanson, for the work that y'all have been doing on these safe places for our children to go. I wanted to ask, when we talk about support here coming up, and going back to Ms. Fernandez, who spoke to us earlier on the English Language Learners Committee. Ms. Hill, if you're there, help me out. What is our plan right now for, we have an English language learner child, student, that very likely has English language learner parents that, with all respect, may not have a lot of experience with a laptop and Wi-Fi and hotspots and all that. How are we in Spanish and getting, how are we working with, it's almost a one-on-one unless, you know, unless we can get them together on the east side and other places, but how are we working with that community, if you would? I've been wanting to ask that question for weeks.
Yes, Mr. Hunt. We do have people on help desk who are available to support families. We do have some language support for families. And just like how we've been talking about, you know, seeing how the plan works and make adjustments if we need it, we could make some adjustments. So one I'll just imagine right now is we could offer assistance at meal distribution times, because that's how we did the outreach to get the family choices. And that turned out to be quite successful. Families who came and stopped to do that. In the past, our Family Resource Center team has actually offered the digital inclusion courses on behalf of the city. So we do have people on staff who have reached out to the community and helped with digital learning supports. And we stand ready to do that this time as well.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. And those folks at the Resource Center and the Engagement Center are heroes. Let me ask you some of the same question when it comes to our, which I think by the state definition about, I may be confused, but I think 10% of our students are considered homeless. So how are we, and they're, in other words, they're transient, they're going from here to there. At times, that's part of it. How do we deal with that, Ms. Hill?
One way that we deal with that, Mr. Hunt, is we do have a liaison for homeless, Chris Sewell. And I had a question this summer and reached out to him, and he meets with some of the shelter locations and homeless advocates on a regular basis so that he can determine needs. And for those needs that he can't determine in advance, they can reach out to anyone in the district who knows that Mr. Sewell is our liaison for homeless students, and he's there to provide assistance when they need it.
Very good. Let me ask you, if I may, tell me how, and you know I've always been a proponent of CTE, and I think it's important. I mean, how does this, and I know we're in a different world, we're on Mars, I get it. But how how do we do CTE when we're looking at auto repair? Some of it can be done, obviously coding, which is a wonderful program, but just help me. You've looked at that with that great staff. So tell me about that. Would you share with us about that?
Sure, I'll share what I know, and I might need an assist from Dr. Lewis on this one. I know that we can offer the beginning CTE courses, Mr. Hunt, but one feature of CTE is that it's offered in a pathway.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so it may not be possible to offer the entire pathway for students, but we can definitely offer the introductory courses.
Okay, tell me about, if you would, and maybe I'm just reading this wrong. When I looked at chapter or article 10 in this, it talks, and maybe this is when they come back to campus, so maybe I'm reading this wrong, but it talks about that they are to be elementary school and high school. They're I'm just looking elementary, number 2 on page 30. Employees shall be at their work site at the beginning of their 8-hour workday designated for each school site and stay until the end of the workday. Is that when they're back at class, or is that right now? Are our teachers going back to their classroom to do virtual, and are our attendance people and so on and so forth? Just help me understand that. If we decided where people are going to be, let's start with teachers when they're delivering the education.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hunt. I'll start with teachers. In the MOU, teachers may choose to be on-site or remote. Okay. Our interest, as you know, we have an interest-based bargaining system. Yes, and our interest on the district part was to have a professional environment and also to address health safety and physical safety. So being able to have that professional environment varies by a teacher's context. Some teachers are not able to have as a professional environment as they would like at home. In that case, they'd be welcome to come to the school site. And some teachers can have a professional environment at home. Transitioning then to our classified staff, we have a work team that went through all of the classifications, of which there are many. Mrs. Ibarra would have to tell us exactly how many, more than 100, I know, to really discuss whether that people in that particular role needed to be on site or could be remote. And for people whose jobs couldn't be carried out with students being virtual, they talked about other tasks that those people might be able to do.
So I remember I met her when we went out the Gettysburg trip, Joy Hurst. She works in our accounting out there, close to nutritional services and all. And is there any reason that someone doing accounting has to be in, and I know that they're in those modulars and everything. I'm just picking on Joy right now, but fine young lady and good employee for RUSD. But can someone like that do it remotely? Can someone like Rita Smith, who's in risk management, does she need to go back there because there's not employees there? I mean, how will we decide which ones? Is it based on, more susceptible to COVID, like myself, older person, or heart conditions and all? Or how are you beginning to work that way? And I know it's probably a couple of hopscotches ahead of you, but just what you and Dr. Ryan and Ms. Ybarra, Assistant Superintendent Ybarra, are thinking about.
Well, like you referred, Mr. Hunt, I'll turn it over to Mrs. Ibarra in just a minute. But it really depends on what's required for that person's work, except for people who have to be off for health reasons.
Right.
So Mrs. Ibarra, take it away.
I do want to come back to you though, pardon me, Mrs. Ibarra. I do want to talk to you about subs, but let's go with Ms. Ibarra. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yes, Mr. Hunt. So with the classified, we are going to exactly what Ms. Hill referred to. We have gone through the action teams. We've now taken those action teams. We've been at the table, determined which positions could be hybrid, which positions just don't have the capacity to be hybrid, but they can't do their job as it was. So we're relooking at different job areas in which they could support in. And then you have your classification of your positions that just absolutely are essential. Many of your maintenance and operation, your custodial, your nutrition. So they're coming back. Positions that you refer to, if you take Ms. Hurst's specific position, that is one that we are working with at the table right now to determine the hybrid and how it looks. What we do is we do have a return to work plan that we've been working with CSEA, and it's actually been in place since July 1, and it's been able to allow for us to look at the social distancing, if we need to provide any modifications to the cubicle. Example, the receptionists at some point are going to have to be faced with somebody. And so how do we provide those environments for them to be safe? In Ms. Hurst's situation, how are we able to create that social distancing? Are they able to? Many of our offices, they might not be able to create social distancing, so we can do remote but hybrid in the sense that they're alternating days. So there's a lot of different things, and we've gone through as Ms. Hill alluded to, over 100 positions, and really outlined what they can and can't do. And we'll be finalizing much of that conversation tomorrow with the hopes to come to some conclusion to bring back our employees safely.
Your board appreciates what y'all are doing. I know. I just have a couple more questions, Mrs. Alavi, and I'll let it go.
Mr. Hunt, if I may, I know you'd appreciate this. I know you'd appreciate this shout out. I do want to note that we have some employees that have never stopped. You know, our nutrition people have been on duty the whole time. Our CRC people have registered due students. I think we're close to approaching 4,000 students now. So shout out to them for that.
Sure, and assessment and the green team out there and all just. Yeah, nobody should think that they're sitting around watching. Well, nobody watches Ellen anymore, but let me ask you, Renee, Ms. Hill, about obviously substitute teachers are a big part of what any school district runs on with the COVID and all of this. Unfortunately, we could have situations when people have to isolate. How will substitutes, what is your thoughts on that as our chief academic officer, and how are we going to be handling that? I guess Ms. Ybarra, Assistant Superintendent Ybarra as well.
Yes. So on my next couple of slides, Mr. Hunt, I'm be talking about professional learning for all staff. So one thing is we're extending the professional learning to subs also, so they'll be prepared in advance. And then the assignments will take place similarly to when it does when we're in person. Mrs. Ybarra, would you like to add anything to that?
I think you pretty much covered it. There's two levels, as I've explained in the past. We have the level for our subs who will be coming in as long-term, taking over positions. They are going for a very much in-depth training, much similar to what the teachers are getting, plus a little bit more with regards to the substitute component. And then we have our 30-day subs who will be receiving the components that they'll need to be able to access the classrooms virtually that the teachers have.
And just two more. One, Mr. Walker, I know that we're going to have some people on campus. We need to keep our campuses secure. I would imagine that our campus security, campus soups like Floyd and others, they're going to be on those campuses, I would assume. Okay. And we are going to keep security, keep continuity. Is there any reason we would cut into our SRO program we have with the Riverside Police Department in the city of Riverside?
For the campus supervisors, they're supervisors, so they do observation and reporting. I wouldn't refer to them as security. Certainly, they have a large responsibility when kids are on campus. We are working with, obviously, Assistant Superintendent Ybarra is working with the union in order to ensure that all employees are provided with the opportunity to work, and they're an important piece of our classified list. As far as the contract with the SROs with the city is going right now, because we're not in school, we do have security that is looking into our schools and has been during this COVID-19 situation when the schools were closed. And we'll continue with them. We will be looking to work very collaboratively with the city in regard to what our needs are while students are out of school, and maybe make adjustments to our MOU. We are looking into that. We're going to have a meeting here very shortly. Obviously, when we get back into school, we'll be bringing back information to share with Dr. Hansen. We'll reevaluate what our needs are going forward, and we will make recommendations at that time.
Well, I would think, Mr. Walker, too, you'd want to, as Mr. Lee and Dr. Hansen were talking earlier, and Mrs. Hill, about, these safe environments for children to go learn, and we have people there helping them. If I own one of those buildings, I'm certainly going to want to have you have it covered with liability insurance. But I would think I would also want, because of the problem sometimes we have with parents and divorcing and somebody's grabbing a child and that sort of thing, we would have the ability to call on our SROs to those, let's just say they're at Sandals Church, whatever. I just want you to think about that as it is.
Absolutely. We are working diligently as we prepare that recommendation in regard to our community learning centers to ensure that our students have a safe place to attend, that they are supervised, and that they are provided with the amenities that they have when they're at home or at school, utilizing a distant learning or a virtual learning format.
All right, very good. And lastly, and whoever, Miss Chief Academic Officer Hill, I've talked about this before, and I read it so much about the PST and all this. How are we handling is these young people, and not just the young people, I know they're virtual, our students, but there's teachers and everyone else. How are we working with our entire community under the RUSD Nation, our employees and everyone, about social and emotional, being able to have the children talk about that, the students talk about this, or what are your thoughts there? Have we gotten there yet? Or
if you don't mind, Mr. Hunt, I have quite an extensive slide about social emotional supports. So we'll get to it when I get to them.
President Allaby, thank you for allowing me that time.
Okay, may I have the next slide, please? I'll go briefly through the next parts, which are about professional development, social, emotional, and meal services, which are all the three remaining parts of our learning continuity and attendance plan. We have professional development for classified and administrators. Of course, we have our required trainings. You'd probably be astonished at the required trainings that there are for people. Because we have mandated reporter training, active shooter training, and now COVID training, and we're offering some training on trauma-informed practices. So that speaks directly to your question, Mr. Hunt. Next slide, please. For our certificated staff, they have 5 modules. The first one, all about health and safety, and another couple about preparing for the start of school, supports for virtual and distance learning, and then they are able to have some choice in what they take. As of today, 1,500 certificated staff have logged in and have completed over 40,000 units of learning. Next slide, please. So this slide details some of our social emotional supports. We have professional learning and restorative practices has been offered. Trauma-informed practice support is being made available through modules for any adult who's working with children. Our school counselors, SAP counselors, and school psychologists put together a social emotional learning playbook for teachers to be able to use either independently or with support with the individual and group counseling, which we're offering for students whose needs exceed just the standard tier 1 intervention. So that's additional help for students. Some staff will receive training in restorative practices and community circles. And we have a robust array of offerings for educators as well. We offered them during the school closure, and we'll begin to offer some more. And family webinars will be continued to offer to our families. Next slide, please. And then lastly, for our segments of the learning continuity and attendance plan, meals, will begin serving them at all RUSD sites, again, monitoring to see if that's the most effective way to do it. They'll be offered Tuesdays and Thursdays, midday, drive-through, and a change from the summer. In summer, we have the summer feeds program where meals are offered to any child, but now that school is starting, it will be offered to RUSD students only. However, any RUSD student in any one of the programs can pick up meals, and the student does not have to be present for the meal pickup. And of course, they pay by eligibility, free, reduced price, or paid meals. And then lastly, I'd like to say a word about communication. Next slide, please. We have been doing what we can to communicate with families regularly. We have the frequently asked questions, 2 versions now are posted on the website. Families have been getting emails. We use social media and the biweekly community update to share information. Now that we're at the start of the school year, schools are beginning to send out their messages directly because they have a more direct connection with the families, and teachers will be using their Google Classroom to send out notifications and reminders. So we have a community update coming up on Thursday, and I'll be happy to take any more questions that you may have.
Okay. Let's see. We're echoing. Okay. All right. Do any of the board members have any questions at this time?
I posted this twice already.
I'm sorry, Dr. Farouk, I can't hear you.
I had requested to speak twice earlier, so
I'm sorry, I didn't see. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I want to go back several slides. I was trying to speak during the slides itself, but on the program choice data that was shared in response to families' choices, do we have any ability to disaggregate that to get a sense of, like, if you're free or reduced qualifying student, you know, what percentage of those types of students chose one particular choice? The more we can get subsets of that information, I think it can help us plan and understand from a policy standpoint some of the motivations of what's guiding people's decisions. So I'm assuming we don't have that right now, but I would like to make that request for it to be provided to the board later.
Thank you.
We don't have it now.
We noted your request, and the team that does that is also doing the helping with the master scheduling. So once we get through that piece of the tasks, then we'll be looking at disaggregating the data.
Okay, and then I also want to mention that the county had informed me today that they had approved $10 million from the CARES Act funds to specifically to provide support for school districts with their technology device needs. And I know that, you know, we had some outstanding, I know they're in the process of being delivered, but I hope that we can tap into those funds. The county told me they're doing it through the County Office of Education. But I hope that our staff can quickly follow up on that for our district to take advantage of those additional resources. So that's just an FYI, unless we're already looking into that. My other comment is regarding the neighborhood learning centers. And so one, I appreciate that we are, even though, as Dr. Hansen mentioned, there's still a planning and approval process required with the county health officer and so forth. But I'm glad that we're taking into consideration that we're going to need to prioritize the access to those resources based on the most vulnerable student populations. But I also hope that it's not purely from the LCAP student population categories, but we also take into account regional considerations. We know that, like Eastside and Casablanca, not having neighborhood schools, they have unique challenges in terms of getting access to food and things like that, which I know some of those processes are going to be changed as the school year is beginning. So as you guys had said, that the elderly and homeless, the meals for them are not going to continue those additional food deliveries we were providing once the school year begins. Is that correct also?
I don't know. Who can answer?
Dr. Fruch, we have a contract with Meals on Wheels and have provided them services long before the COVID-19. And so my understanding is we're going to continue to do that. As far as the 2 shelters that we're taking care of downtown, Ms. Kakish, I don't know if you were if you're able to answer that question right now.
Yes, yes, we're continuing. We're having a renewal for the contract. So there's negotiation for Meals on Wheels. Our Director of Child Nutrition Services is reaching out to the Executive Director of the Foundation to finalize that contract for this year. As you know, there's an increase to the food costs, so there might be changes to the contract, but we are fully supportive and plan to offer that for our senior community. And as far as the shelters, as long as our students are placed in those shelters, we will deliver with partnering with our bus company, Student First. We'll continue delivering to the shelters.
Okay, that's fantastic. And I'm really glad that we're making those accommodations for students regardless of location, because if parents are going to work, they might have a different preferred pickup for the food than than where it might be closer to their home, depending on timing and all that. So I'm glad we're keeping that flexibility. And I hope, again, that with the neighborhood learning centers, that we do take into account the vulnerabilities regarding regional locations. As mentioned earlier, I want to note that Trustee Lock Dawson and I were also participating in those community sessions. But I really hope that the childcare capacity component, I know that's really top of mind for not just our families, but our employees as well. And so I hope that that we can try to be as expansive as possible for those learning centers for that consideration as well, especially, again, given the restrictions from the governor's office with school reopening, that those learning centers provide us options for additional space, and it hopefully can be accommodated based on the county health guidelines as well. And then I also wanted to get perspective about in terms of like the scheduling of the schedules for the instruction, that is there enough time? Because it's the information I had received, there was like a 30-45 minute window for lunch for families that are obviously doing distance learning. Is that going to be the time frame that they would then have to go physically pick up the food, and how is that being handled in light of the way that the classes are being scheduled?
So we're going to be working on a certain period of time where the students are picking up all the meals for the day during that period of time. So there'll be flexibility. And I think it will continue to be a slot of a couple of hours, so to give flexibility for families to pick up all meals. Some of our sites are also eligible for supper, so it'll be 3 different meals for the day that will be provided for those communities. And so there'll be flexibility with that time to be picked up. All we need is to identify that the student is Riverside Unified School District student, because that's no longer a waiver. But the student doesn't have to be present to actually receive the meals. It could be a guardian or a parent.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you. Oh, sorry about that. Should take care of that. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. I just wanted to, again, just thank everybody, especially Dr. Hanson and Ms. Hill, for leading the team. I know there's a lot of frustrated parents out there, and obviously some frustrated employees. And this is just, again, I know we said a lot of times, it's just a challenging time. But I want to focus on something that Ms. Hill said at the beginning of her presentation is, let's give it a chance. We haven't even given it a chance yet. And we're all assuming the worst. This is going to look very different from the distance learning that we had back in March. And I want to reassure parents and teachers who weren't participating necessarily in some of the formation of these committees or the work that's been done since the shutdown. But this team has worked tirelessly and endlessly to come up with this plan. And while it might not be a perfect plan, and why there might be gaps. I want everyone to know that there hasn't been a day that's gone by that somebody hasn't put dozens and dozens of hours into making this district ready for Monday. So I know when we're in the board or we're in cabinet, we're privileged with a lot of information and a lot of insight and all the ongoings that are happening in this district. And sometimes that information doesn't get out as clear and as transparent as we would like it to. And obviously that's not our intention. But I do want to assure people that are listening still that effort has been made without a doubt. And I think that if we give this plan a chance and know that we have talented people, not just in our district office, but especially in our classrooms. I mean, we have professionals that have been teaching for decades. And I think we have to give them credit and the benefit of the doubt that they're going to be able to adjust. And maybe it doesn't happen on day 1 or day 2 or day 3, because we're all on a learning curve. But I'm confident that with the talent that we have in this district and that the community that's all rallying around our district and our board and anywhere in the county, that our teachers are up for the challenge, our classified and support staff is up for the challenge, and that if we just give this a chance and give positive feedback back as we unroll this plan out, we're going to start on the right foot. So I just want to thank everybody for all their efforts, because I know how hard everybody's been working.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. That was nice. Mr. Hunt, do you have a comment?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Lee. You said that so well. And Ms. Hill, even if Joe Biden calls, don't you take his call, all right? Because you got to stay here. There you go. But, you know, I try to look for the silver lining in the hurricane. And I think in the not too distant future, even if this isn't over yet, not only has America, but I think Wall Street has come to realize how important to their future, to their better being, is our education, the K-12, PK-12 system, because it's not just, they've always looked at us for education, obviously, but we really are the ones that allow parents to go to work, and in this economy will need to, and particularly next year. So, and I am too very proud of Dr. Hansen, the team he's put together. I know I speak for all my colleagues that this has just been, as I said last time, none of them are going to be perfect out there, but no child's going to fall behind. And if you're going to trust anyone, any group to do this, then trust the district that has a 97% graduation rate. The scores are up, and we have good relationships with our partners in our bargaining units and good leadership. And thank you, Mrs. Alavi, for your leadership. You've been able to put in more time than any of us could. And I personally thank you for that, because I know you probably have a parking pass by now, I would imagine. So thank you very much, and to all my colleagues. Very proud to serve with you and what we're doing here.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. That was very nice. Is there Mrs. Lock-Dawson?
Just really quickly, I just want to say this is, I'll be off the board in November. And so this is my last school opening board meeting. And it's a doozy. I don't think I'll ever forget it. And I want to say thank you to everybody for everything, and not just give it a chance, but embrace it and roll with it and come up with some ideas and be flexible and have grace and patience, because man, this is a crazy time, and everybody's just doing 100%, 110% here, and the district is no different. So I just want to encourage everybody. It's going to be an interesting school year, but we're going to try to start out as best as we can. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Lock-Dawson. You remind me that one of my favorite books is Grit by Ms. Duckworth. And this is a grit moment. This is one of those moments when all of us have to kind of dig down and find that grit inside us and put it to good use. And I have a lot of confidence in our RUSD employees. I know it's frustrating. I read the emails, I can hear it, but it's a grit moment. So I hope we can all pull together to do that. Any further comments? Okay, then we've come to the conclusion of our meeting, and I will ask for any agenda items for the future. Does anyone have anything they would like to speak to? Okay, I don't hear any. So tonight we adjourn in the meeting in memory of the 8 Marines who died last week during an assault amphibious vehicle training accident that took place off the coast of California. One of those Marines, Corporal Cesar Villanueva, was from right here in Riverside. And we are so sorry for his family. And we are now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.